You know, sometimes things in life don't always go as planned, but they end up working out in the end for the better. And I think I can say that about myself. I think a lot of people can say that about themselves. And I know we can say it about the Bears after this season. Guys, Bears Country Podcast is back, and we have got a host of people that are going to be on with us, and we're going to have a great time tonight. It's going to be a blast. Let's kick this shit off.
Bears Country. Where is it? It's in your man cave. Your home. Your car. Your local bar. Your city. State. It's across the world. It's in your heart. And it's here. The Bears Country Podcast.
That is right. The Bears Country Podcast is back, and that is my ode to Aldo, the Podfather. I took a little bit of a hiatus to go to the bar room and try to have some fun over there with Aldo, and we learned a lot of stuff together. I learned a lot from him. I think he learned some stuff from me. We became good friends, and we parted on our mutual ways because ultimately this was what I wanted to do, was continue to work on my own channel. So we're back. We have a group of people that are going to be having a lot of fun with us now. It gives me kind of some freedom to change the show a little bit and go in the direction that I wanted to go. And I appreciate that from everyone that I have been working with to get to this point. And I thank you all. So let's just bring on everybody tonight, man. We have got PJ, we have got Triple R, we have got Foster Covers, and we have got PJ's brother, Sel. You're the last. Hold on. Look, we haven't met you yet, so let's just pull you out for a second, and then we'll bring you back in. PJ, man, what's going on, brother?
What's happening, fellas? It's good to see everyone in the bar, or I'm sorry, not the bar room, the country podcast here. Let me get it right. Glad to be here with you guys as always. I always enjoy working with Shorty, so it's a pleasure.
It's a pleasure to work with you too, man. I love talking with you, all you guys, and I'm glad to have you on the show tonight here. And thank you all so much, by the way, for joining me tonight on this. This is awesome. Triple R, let's go to you next, man. How you doing tonight, my friend?
Yo, I gotta say, cheers. No matter where you're at, it's always a cheers. Big up to everybody in the chat. Thanks for having me, Shorty, PJ. And nice to meet you too, PJ's brother and motherfucking Uncle fucking Foster.
How you doing, Foster?
I'm hanging in there, man. See, things do work out. Things always work out. Just like I said a month ago, they're going to work out for the Bears, man. So It's really good to see you guys, man. It seems like a long time, but I don't know. I love you guys, man. I said it from the first show we did together. So
when you love hanging out
with tough chat,
a week seems like a long time. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So we have a new guest, which is, I guess it's actually not new to Bears Country Podcast because all you guys have been on the bottom before. But let's bring in PJ's brother here, Sel. Nice to meet you, my friend. How are you tonight?
I'm doing great. Nice to meet you guys.
It is great to have you on. Appreciate you. Thank you.
No problem. No problem at all.
How are you feeling about the Bears?
Man, I'm very optimistic. I really appreciate what Ryan Poles is doing, and I'm looking forward to it. Not just this year, but in years to come.
In polls we trust, right?
Yes.
That's how I feel.
Absolutely.
Isn't it strange? I was telling this to my buddy today. Is like, is the apocalypse coming?
It seems like it, right?
Right. Like how have we ever felt this way about the Bears in our lives, where they had the first pick in the draft, they traded it down. They were the first in history to trade the pick down like that to get to 9 before free agency started, I should say, the earliest to trade. And who knows what's going to happen from here, man? With the way that Poles has been working, he turned 5 into 11 last year. This is very exciting to think what he's going to do from here on out with what he's already done.
Absolutely. I'm very optimistic because it's like we're starting from scratch. We got our franchise quarterback. He's going to work on that line, I think, via draft. Mm-hmm. We're on our way. We're on our way.
I agree. Guys, I think we should kind of take a moment here to celebrate how the birth of this happened with the Bears and this kind of apocalyptic vision that I was talking about, because Mr. Ted Phillips just retired. Rest in retirement, Ted Phillips. Go on to knitting sweaters, please. Have nothing more to do with the Bears.
He is not a football guy.
Just go knit some sweaters. No, he is not. He is not a football guy.
I mean, if we look at it, what is his claim to fame? What did he do all these years?
His claim to fame is that he's worked for the Bears for like 40 years.
Well, but I mean, in what capacity was he successful as far as an organization winning games and Super Bowls?
Accountant, right?
Right.
So
accountant to accountant.
Yeah,
with the title of president.
He don't spend money.
I mean, hasn't this guy knitting a sweater here been the guy that we've, for like the last however many years, been like, he's the problem? You know, they have to keep deferring to, they have to bring in a consultant every damn time. They have to hire a general manager and a head coach.
It's like
because of this guy.
What was his benefit other than not? That's the wrong term, because the purpose of business is to make money. Right. So for the family and for the McCaskies, I'm sure they will have a different perspective, whereas they can say, "Hey, Ted helped make us, worth $5.5 billion." Mm-hmm. But as far as the on-field product and as a fan, why do we give a fuck?
But if you look at it, Ted could have made him worth $10 billion by now, or $8 billion, if they would have just done the stadium deal outside of, if they would have just done Arlington Heights back when they were redoing Soldier Field. At that point, how could they have decided, oh, we still want to rent our property from you, Park District?
Yeah, what's that all about?
That was silly back then. And I was kind of young, so I didn't really understand all of it then. But I was like, well, okay, as long as I wanted them to stay in Chicago. But it was the worst move they could have made then. Not only that, but they took away the historical monument, faction of the pillars that were there.
Okay,
so designation.
Right.
Anymore. Yeah.
Who did Ted hire that was a benefit to the organization?
Soup Campbell? I
don't know. Can I address one thing real quick, guys?
Please do.
I see J2K said that because of Ted Phillips, basically, we were first to sign draft picks. I disagree with that. I think that was more to do with Cliff Stein, who is now doing the contracts again. I think that was more Cliff Stein than it was Ted Phillips.
Mm-hmm.
Because then after Ryan Pace came here, he removed Cliff Stein from that role, and somebody that came with him from New Orleans started doing it. But now that he's gone, Cliff Stein is doing it again.
Foster?
Might have to check that. I mean, I don't know for sure. He might have done it for a couple years in the early 2000s. I mean, I don't remember, but I'd want to verify it either way. But okay, maybe he did do that. But what has the guy really done? Did he bring in Lovey and get us that team, or was that somebody else?
General manager.
Because the guy's a bean counter, man. I mean, that was his job, was to count money and make sure money was made and put it in the right places to make more money. It's the only reason he was there, I believe.
Just money.
And he was owed a favor because of Halas and somebody back down the line. I don't know if you guys remember hearing this.
Yep.
That's how he actually got the job.
Yes, I
It was
remember.
kind of a favor.
What's that,
It wasn't
Foster?
really supposed to be permanent.
Right.
What?
Wait, what was this you're talking about? What's the information? Give us the 411, baby.
Break it down, Foster.
So back when they hired him, it was actually a favor because he had done some things for the McCaskies. Nobody's heard this before?
I have heard it before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
then
I
he
just want to
ended up
make sure that people know what I'm talking about.
Then he ended up working
So,
with
and
Wade.
it really wasn't going to be, it wasn't going to be a permanent thing. It was going to be temporary, but once he got in there, man, it was impossible to get the guy out.
40
And
years later.
McCaskies were a little too weak to move him out, really.
Mhm.
So he stayed there and soaked up all the money all these years, man.
They were liking the
it's
money.
kinda
he
like-
was thanking him,
Yep, definitely. It's kind
but
of
it wasn't enough.
This is
Because if you look back at it now, it was stupid.
It's like you got to wonder what did he have on the
That's-
family?
Well, honestly, I believe it just came down to he made them money, and because
Yeah.
he made them money,
That would
they
be
kept it around.
that
I
would be
mean, yeah, you may not know nothing about football. You may know nothing about the X's and the O's and who to hire, but you can make us money, so we're gonna keep you around.
what
That's exactly what.
I think what Shorty's saying, and then I'll tell real quick, is he did make them money, but he's not a football guy. Somebody else could have made them more money if they had him under him, maybe as the bean counter.
Right.
Now we got to look at the guy now. We're gonna make way more now. Watch.
Right.
Sorry, Saul. Go, man.
I was gonna say, I think Ted Phillips, he sold out stadiums, he got the fans there, but he didn't put the talent there. And when they had sold out stadiums, people was going to support the Bears no matter what. And so since he made money for the organization that way by selling out the stadium, and whatever, that's why they kept him a long time. They don't care. I didn't care what they put on the field. As long as they sold out stadiums and making money, they didn't care.
Exactly.
They didn't care at all. I'm like, you get one or two high-profile athletes, kind of like almost after their prime, like Julius Peppers, say for instance. You get a couple more trickling in, but just to wet your tongue a little bit, just to get you, okay, we got something. But no, it's.
You see, I like it. I like PJ. Yo, younger brother's good with me because he's that statement right there. He got me like, Kevin Warren and Ryan Poles. They ain't talking nothing about but winning. That's what they for. That's what they all about. So Ted, deuces, my dude. Good luck with whatever you're gonna be doing, but be gone.
Exactly.
Hey, Phil.
Could you?
So I thought you were going to say Ted Phillips is a motherfucker. Look, you should have said.
St. Anthony says Phillips knows where the bodies are buried.
Exactly. Exactly.
There you go.
Yep.
That's it.
You know what though?
That is it.
Phillips is. If they would have just gotten that Arlington Heights deal done back in the early 2000s, they would have owned that stadium then. And then where would they be now? Begs the question.
Super Bowl champs, money makers, Olympics, all kind of like resources and revenue would have been coming in there.
I think we'll also be looking at, if they had built that stadium then, they'd be looking forward to building a new one now, because that's 20 years ago.
That's true. They would have had the money to build it.
So Triple R, you just said Warren is the new money guy. Do you think he's the new Ted Phillips money guy, or do you think
he's not an accountant? He's not an accountant kind of money guy, but he knows how to make money. I mean, look at his track record. He got the Minnesota Vikings thing built, so he knows politics. He knows how to deal with people. He was a Big Ten commissioner, so all the different personalities and the and the vast geographical locations that you got to deal with when he brought in, 2 West Coast teams into the conference. So he knows how to get shit done, and getting shit done makes money.
He was also
an accountant. So yeah, he's a money guy, but from a different aspect of revenue flow.
And
he was also a former agent for Chris Zorich.
Right.
So he has that behind him as well.
So he
Very
knows football. Phillips
Yes.
did.
That's very interesting.
He's got a history. He's got a history that's well documented, man.
Yeah, it's
and it's a successful history too.
That's why I'm like Ted Phillips, 4/14/23, rest in retirement.
Hey man, I would pour something out for him, but it ain't all that serious.
I wouldn't even waste it. I wouldn't even waste the salt.
I wouldn't waste it, man. Yeah.
I really wonder how much are they paying him in retirement. That's a good question.
Well, he was at the organization for 40 years.
Right.
You gotta think he's got some kind of investment or profit sharing or something in there.
He's got the McCaskies.
He's set
right
for life.
He's got the McCaskies right there.
Mm-hmm.
He's got them doing something on tape that they shouldn't be doing.
Something.
More like this.
He's got him by the balls somehow, man.
Right.
The chat, St. Omni's saying, I'm not spreading rumors. I'm just reporting what's in the chat. But St. Omni said that the McCaskies killed Muggs, and Phillips knows where the body's buried.
Exactly. Yes.
Ooh. Ooh.
He looks like he does. Like he kind of looks like he's part of the mafia.
Man.
Heard that one before.
Especially since he's knitting.
Cliff says, I think Phillips is still a consultant on the board, and I'm looking at that right now because I was about to say that. Yes, he is still a consultant and on the board.
Yeah, that means lifetime job, lifetime money.
He will be making money till he dies.
Yep.
I mean, I think he's embedded in them.
His kids got money.
Yeah, I think he's a part of that McCaskey family now.
Yep.
He is literally family.
Yep, I agree.
All right, guys. So I kind of want to move on to the next subject. I would like to know, if I want to ask all of you guys on the panel here, would it matter if the Bears stayed at 9? Whoever that they drafted became a Hall of Famer, and you can insert whosever name you want, not my own name. I have I can insert a couple there, but if you had, for example, if the Bears had drafted Mahomes at 3, would you guys have gasped at the time?
You mean at the same time we took Mitch?
Well, in 2017, when the Bears were drafting, if they would have just stayed at 3 and they drafted Patrick Mahomes at 3, I would like to know what your thoughts would have been of that.
Nah,
I would have been upset that they didn't take Watson, but I definitely wouldn't have been as pissed as I was when they drafted Trubisky.
Right. You would have probably had more hope at least, right?
I mean, and that's because everybody knew that there was maybe potential for Holmes. I don't know if you guys remember, Watson was the guy that was going to make the easiest transition to the NFL, and he was going to be on the field within a season and a half, leading teams to victory if they put the right people around him. And that kind of almost happened. Look at what happened with the Texans.
Right.
So it's kind of a good thing. Again, going back real quick, it's kind of a good thing we didn't draft him. We wouldn't be sitting here talking about the stuff we're talking about today. So
I guess
you never know.
I was going to say,
you never know.
He just made a good point. Nagy would have ruined him.
Yep, he would have ruined him.
It would have shot his career down. He would have did well, he's doing well now in Kansas City, of course, but his confidence would have been shot because they wouldn't have surrounded him with talent. You wouldn't have had no Tyreek Hill around him.
Right.
You would have had Allen Robinson, but it still wouldn't have been enough. They would have shot him down.
Wouldn't have had that tight end, who's his most important component.
Exactly.
Well, I think if you go back, you have to look at it in parts, because when it first happened, your first initial reaction would be like, well, why did they choose this guy? That would be your first reaction. But then, of course, once he hops on the field and what he does there, then you'll be able to say from there how you feel about it, whether or not he had success, whether or not he stumbled, whether or not he failed. Those are the things that you have to factor in. And as much as I don't like Nagy, I do remember that Mahomes' first year in the league, he was under Nagy as his quarterback coach in Kansas City.
True.
So I don't like Nagy, but I think he helped Mahomes some type of way being his quarterback coach for that first full year. Also, give me a second, Sal. Also, the fact that he had a good quarterback ahead of him in Alex Smith, who showed him how to be a professional quarterback.
What I was going to say is he had Nagy, but he also had Eric Bieniemy, and he also had Andy Reid.
But Bieniemy was only the running backs coach at the time.
But still, I think as a quarterbacks coach, he didn't really have much say. I think Reid made that final decision and was more of an influence than Nagy was to him.
I'll give you that.
I believe that. That's what
I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
And so Nagy was kind of like the quote unquote the fall guy per se. Or he's a guru, but actually it was Andy Reid.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. But I think he had a more personable relationship day in, day out with Nagy because he had to deal with him all the time. So therefore, they had a good relationship there. So that's why I say I'm not a fan of Nagy at all, but I do give him some credit for what Mahomes became.
Right.
I do too. I mean, you have to give him some credit for that, right? But
yeah,
at some point you have to because he was a part of it. But I don't know. I tend to think that the Bears would have made Mahomes fail also, just because it's like where quarterbacks go to die.
Well, if I may, I think
until now.
Well, I think part of the problem was we had a culture up until then that we didn't have really not an offensive stable or a stable offensive mind in there because I think at the time we had Fox as our head coach and Dowell Loggins as our offensive coordinator, who I don't think would have been able to mold him well. Then we had Mike Glennon, who was a starting quarterback. So I don't know how much Mahomes would have learned from those guys.
That was the biggest, dumbest mistake ever. Stork. His neck was so long, it is ridiculous.
You said it perfectly.
He could look over the he looks over
dumbest.
like oh my goodness.
He had like a fucking like a turkey neck, didn't he?
Right. Man. Man, he was pitiful.
He was way too
and he's
fucking
still in the league, I believe. He's still in the league.
He's still
he's still robbing people of money.
What are the best two jobs in the NFL? A kicker and a backup quarterback, right? It might be backup quarterback and then kicker.
Backup quarterback to a non-mobile
backup quarterback behind Trubisky. Chase Daniel.
Yeah, that guy's made
I think he just
stealing money.
Retired, I think.
He's made more than most presidents.
Exactly. Man.
I think it's $67 million he's made.
Right. Yeah. Holding the clipboard, holding the tablet.
18 seasons or 19 seasons, something like that.
That's ridiculous. Yeah. But a kicker never gets hit though, right?
Right.
So is that better to make $5 million as a kicker for 40 years? Like,
no.
Depends on if your name is Vanderjet.
Saint Omni is right. Long snapper. That's the job to have.
Exactly.
That's what I was going to say. But they don't make as much money, and they do get hit 6 or 8 times a game. So
guys? Why
the backup QB's got the money?
How the fuck is the long snapper so important? You're telling me that the center can't do that?
Exactly.
Cody Whitehair. Cody Whitehair.
You got to do a long snap. So why transfer? Why just? Oh, I don't get it. I don't get that. It's like,
well, I mean, come on, fellas. I mean, just think about Manley. He's usually the gunner After he snapped the ball, he was the first one down the field to make that tackle. You don't want your starting center doing that bullshit. And also, the starting center needs to be on the sidelines with the rest of the offensive line, taking a blow and talking about the offensive series while the team's guys, do the team shit. Because when the punters and the kickers are practicing, who are they practicing with? The starting center?
Right, the long snapper.
Yeah.
So you got to have a guy.
True.
I missed my calling. I should have studied to be a long snapper.
There you go.
Man, that's all you do.
Right.
Your head between your legs, that's it.
Why not have
Spin that ball through your legs?
Why not have your backup center as a long snapper?
You know what, though? That's a good question, but I don't think he'd be in shape. Because
Well, now,
big
are-
guys
Are
running
they
out
the
of
same
field-
athletic profile as like
Exactly.
a Manley? Is the
Manley-
backup center going to be able to be a gunner?
Nope.
No, yeah.
See, Manley was like, say for instance, 6'3", maybe 260. A center is going to be closer to 300.
Right.
And he's not going to run downfield and try to be a gunner to try to make that tackle.
Damn.
He'll get 10 yards down the field. He's out of breath.
You are PJ's brother.
Yeah,
All this good
absolutely.
inside out shit.
That and the voice. Hey, I want to go back to what you guys were talking about real quick because I didn't get to say anything about with Mahomes.
Yeah.
I can't give Nagy credit for anything, man. I'll give his assistants to credit because I just never could. I never wanted that guy here from day one. Never. I never liked him. I never thought he was any good at anything. And I'm not kidding you. Even with Kansas City, it's just he's there and he's what's his name's buddy, man. He's back again. So
I'll be honest, I was suspect
he
too.
might have finally got some experience coaching the Bears, but I still wouldn't trust the guy. Serious, just me.
I was suspect because I don't like players that or coaches that come from the Reed system because Reed does all of the play calling, if not most of it. He'll hand it off to whatever coach, his offensive coordinator for a game or two or a half a season, just to get him a job. And then when Nagy got the job, and he failed, and then everyone was complaining about the next one up in Bieniemy. I thought, well, how if you can never take any offensive coordinator from a team that has a fucking Hall of Fame quarterback, in my opinion, and go, oh, that's our next head coach. The quarterback is what's making that team. It's not the offensive coordinator. It might be like the offensive coordinator, but in this case, it's always Andy Reid. So it doesn't really matter what he's pumping out from the offensive, the OC position. It just seems like every one of those guys are going to be a failure because they never get to really succeed within his team. So,
how many head coach successes are there from Belichick and Reed's tree? How many?
I think the Panthers head coach was from there, and he's about the most successful.
Philly's coach
from Reed's tree, right?
Yeah. Who's the guy? The Panthers head coach now? He was the Eagles.
Coach
when they beat the Patriots in the Super Bowl. That guy.
Frank Wright.
Yeah, Frank Wright.
Yeah, Frank Wright.
Frank Wright didn't do good in Indianapolis though.
He's in Indianapolis. Yeah,
it wasn't Frank Wright. It was
Frank Wright is currently the head coach for
Carolina.
Yeah, Carolina.
Yeah. So and then Peterson is in Jacksonville. He was like the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, but also look at the Philly head coach. He came from that tree too.
Right. But the true test is to see how Bieniemy is going to do in Washington.
There it is, right there.
So
now that was the move. Bring him on, make him an actual offensive coordinator, and see what he can do.
Yeah.
So if he fails there, he lost a shot as a head coach.
Right. Being under the Nagy Reid or the Nagy Reid, the Andy Reid head coaching tree doesn't necessarily make you I love that move by the Commanders, by the way.
Yep.
Well, I'll say
it can be detrimental instead of beneficial being under Reed or Belichick.
Well,
right.
I think Reed currently has more success with assistant coaches doing better in the NFL than what Belichick did. However, I will say this though, that group, out of the Shanahan tree, they're the ones who's making waves because you have the guy in Green Bay.
Yep.
You have the guy in
Rams, isn't it?
Miami, the Rams,
right.
Minnesota.
Yep.
So you have these guys. So I think his tree is pretty nice as well.
Yep. Belichick, he has a couple, but like Josh McDaniels, he is a terrible head coach.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, he's terrible.
Yeah.
He did not do nothing. He's not doing nothing with the Raiders. And then he was at the Broncos before, right?
Correct.
Was terrible.
Yes.
So I think his name is just getting him a head coaching job.
Well, I think he did well with Brady, but then again, who wouldn't? So,
exactly.
But
he's a coordinator, not a head coach.
Exactly. I think as a head coach, I think he has to prove himself as a head coach.
Right.
But as a play caller, I think he did well with Brady, and I think that's what's transferring him over to be able to get these head coaching jobs is because of the success Brady had.
And how do you know Brady wasn't calling most of those plays either, though? How do you know he wasn't really?
Well, for the most part, we don't think that. I mean, because you look at Belichick, he's a defensive guy.
Right.
So for Brady to have his success, people automatically assume it had to be because of McDaniels.
True.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Hey, does Pete Carroll have a coaching offspring?
He had
Dan Quinn.
He had Quinn and Bradley, Gus Bradley, I think his name is, who was a head coach for, was it San Diego? But I know he's a good defensive coordinator. But yeah, they had him. But it's like Quinn and Gus Bradley. Those are the only two I can think of off the top of my head regarding.
Didn't Ken Norton Jr. come under him and go somewhere else, but not as a head coach?
No, yeah, he was a defensive coordinator. I think he probably went to Dallas. I think. I'm not sure. I'm not for sure though. But
okay.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, Ken Norton was under him.
So not very extensive for old Pete,
Right.
Sneaky Pete.
Exactly.
Not at all.
I got so PJ, my buddy's lurking out there, and he's literally texting me, and I'm trying to text him back, and I just started cracking up, man, because he's like, "Hey, why don't they try Jenkins at tackle?" So I just started laughing, man. But it's going back to what you said, and I said, "Dude, I'm telling him, I want you to type that in the chat and ask PJ that." So I'm just saying, I had to throw it in because I'm going to forget it, man. I know you guys were talking about other stuff, and there's a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of questions in the chat too. We can hit those anytime, man.
Let me hit on that Jenkins real quick, and I'm going to say this.
Tommy, I hope you're listening to this, man.
And say this, I think there was an interview that Poles did. I don't remember who it was with. It could have been with Adam Johns or something like that. But the question he posed was, when he came here, he didn't realize that Jenkins could fit at guard. And I'm like, okay, so does that mean he can't fit at tackle? It wasn't made clear to me by listening to that interview. So my whole point is, I know that, there was a stigmatism about the short arms, and Jenkins has 33-inch arms. But that's what Joe Thomas had. So that's about the shortest they say normally they want their tackles' arms to be. So I still believe he can play tackle. I think that's truly his best position, but I'm not going to rehash that over and over. But it was an interview is what I'm getting at, where I heard him say something like he was pleasantly surprised to see that Jenkins can play guard. But I'm like, I really want to know what he has to say about Jenkins playing tackle. That's what I really want to hear.
I do too, because you brought that up, on the barroom before, and you made me think, as somebody with his height going down and
yes,
being in a 3-point stance with back and neck injuries, and then taking that impact from a lower, leverage guy up into his neck.
Yes,
that could have caused his neck injuries, and now they're talking about moving to the left guard, and it's like that seems
Deja vu.
Better for me. I agree with you on that.
Deja vu of Kyle Long all over again for me. I mean, I thought that's what it messed up with Kyle Long. Kyle Long was the most athletic offensive lineman in that draft. I remember him and Lane Johnson, I believe, was in that same draft. Kyle Long was more athletic than what Lane Johnson was. And when they put him at guard, I was like, what are we wasting? But I remember we had Aaron Cromer as our offensive coordinator. Offensive coordinator / offensive line coach. And if you remember what he did in New Orleans, he had his best linemen as the center and the two guards. And he just had the tackles to fan their guys out. So he put more pressure or had his better linemen as the guards. So when he came here, Jenkins being Long being a better lineman, he put him at guard and put Jordan Mills at tackle, because Jordan Mills, all he had to do was just push his guy out the way, but he wanted to have that solid front with Long up front to be able to have a good pocket for the quarterback. That was his mentality.
But did Long play guard in college, though, at Oregon?
He played left guard at Oregon, I believe. But he only played 1 year, if I'm not mistaken, as guard. He only played 1 year because he was a baseball player, I think for Virginia or something like that. Then he went out to Oregon. I think he played like maybe 1 year, 2 years at the most, and it was at left guard.
Gotcha.
I don't know. It's going to be interesting, because would it matter if to anyone here there's a lot of people that think you draft either offensive lineman, defensive lineman, or cornerback here. And I'm curious to know what you guys think about that, because is there any other player that you would actually take at 9 if they didn't trade?
Can I chime in on that one?
It's absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm starting to not really like what I'm hearing about Jalen Carter. It's like I'm hearing more and more that he's taking plays off. His motor is not going 100% all the time. So I'm skipping him. I might even trade down some more. Only because if I trade down, I think Pittsburgh is rumored to try to want the number 9 pick. And if I can trade down, will Witherspoon, the defensive back of Illinois, still be available, you think? Or you think he'd be going to 17?
Possibility. He might be there.
I will grab him. That's a cornerback. Or I will get that offensive tackle from Tennessee.
He'd be there, definitely.
Yeah, I will get him. And then, if you get another second-round pick, I will go after defensive lineman. Like the one out of, I think, Auburn, that's moving up.
Derek Hall?
Yeah. So,
well, let me answer that question as the best I can. Unless Triple R, you want to go.
Go ahead.
I think for me, because our biggest need is to be able to protect Justin Fields.
True.
Because that's our biggest needs. That's why I want to address that in the first round.
So you stay with 9?
I'm sorry?
You stay with the number 9 pick?
Well, my dream scenario would be trade back to 16 with Washington, to where at 16, hopefully, I would be able to get Skoronski. And I would put Skoronski, I'll draft Skoronski.
That's one out of Northwestern, right?
Right. Okay. Because I think he's the all-around safest pick, as well as the most sure thing as far as offensive line goes. I mean, you have some upside with Paris Johnson and probably Broderick Jones, but I think the safest pick is Skoronski. So I would go with him. But see, that's because I believe Jenkins is a tackle. So I would have Skoronski and draft him at guard, put him at left guard, have Jenkins as my right tackle. But say I know that's me, and it's hard for me to get out of that mind space of wanting that, because if the Bears don't view Jenkins as that, maybe Paris Johnson is the best fit, who might not be there at 9, because I see some mocks where they got the Raiders taking him at 7. So I don't know, but that's where I'm at.
So Skoronski is a tackle in college, right?
Yeah, but
never played guard in college.
Yeah, but he's only 6'4" with 32-inch arms, so they project him to be a guard.
But
in, the NFL,
his success is in college as a tackle, though, right?
Right.
I think he got short arms, he got T-Rex arms, but I think he's still going to be a good tackle.
There's no tackle in the NFL currently with 32-inch arms.
Is he an All-American in college?
There has been other, like Whitehair. He was a guard he was a tackle in college.
Okay, I see. Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. So when you get to that point of dealing with the NFL, I think, like I said, the shortest you want to go is 33-inch arms.
He better start doing some hanging up on the bar, just like get longer. Longer.
That actually worked.
Yeah, just hang. Just hang.
Yeah.
I'm thinking as far as what happens at 9, I'm put it like this. So far, Poles is doing this very smartly, very future thinking. It's not about the 2023 season or the 2024 season. He wants the North and keeping it after we take it. So that means longevity. So I understand that theoretically, top 10 picks are supposed to be the cream of the crop as the cream rises to the top. But I don't necessarily believe that that's true in all cases. And as far as building a successful franchise and being blessed, once again, peace out, Lovey. Thank you. With the number 1 pick, you want to milk that for as much as possible. I understand that your blue chip guys are like your top level, and then whatever the next color designation is next down, and then he's got like 5 different levels. So you don't want the bottom 3. So let's say you want to stick to the top 2 levels. I believe you can get that outside of the top 10. And if you trade back however far, there's no limit to it, as long as the compensation is valuable. Everybody agrees that this draft, the sweet spot is between 20 and 60 area where the best guys are. And so, okay, if you can trade back and get, more picks in that area, if that means, giving up some of our later round stuff to throw in to even it out, or if we can still get future, first, second, third, fourth round capitals in 24 and or 25, on out. Because as you get further out, that value goes lower. But then when that time comes there, it's like, oh, shit, that's a second round pick. That value goes higher. So if we can, push that out, which smartly, taking the emotions out of it and just looking at, all right, we want to sustain winning. So we need sustained talent. We want good talent. But guess what? I'm Ryan Poles. I'm a professional fucking scout. My assistant GM, Ian Cunningham, a professional fucking scout. We've come from organizations that were battling in the Super Bowl last year. So I have utmost confidence that they will identify the talent, whatever round. The only guy I'm pounding the table for is Tommy Adebore. His measurables are, as higher than any. His motor is there. He's got a goddamn degree in psychology from Northwestern. So his character is not an issue. Carter, I don't give a fuck where he is. I'm not drafting his ass. On-field red flags, off-field red flags. That's just way too many goddamn red flags. So it's like, nah. So I'm thinking logically, I would trade back. Don't matter how far back, because I'm going to identify, me and my assistant GM and our scouting staff are going to identify those gems and those talents that the talking heads aren't talking about. And I'm going to get as much capital as I can for future drafts. So, next year, instead of having 2 first round picks, we'll have 3 first round picks or some shit. And then, that flexibility factor is always there. You can always trade, you can always take a guy. So long story short, trade back, milk this number 1 pick for as much as you can.
I like that.
All right. I'm good. Yeah.
Word.
I disagree, though.
What's up?
I'm playing. No,
right. I'm like, whoa.
Talking and I'm muted.
But
I was saying that if you do that, then eventually you go to quantity over quality, and then eventually you might find quality over quantity after you've drafted all these guys. Because if you look at the draft, like any draft, go back and look at history. How many Hall of Famers are in each draft, right? And where do they land in the first round and the second, all the way through to UDFAs?
Fifth round, Tom Brady.
All the way to UDFAs.
Jordan Peters was that's our tackle 2 years ago, right?
Not
year.
Jordan Peters.
Jason
Peters.
Yeah.
UDFA, Hall of Famer.
Yep.
I mean, Tony Romo, UDFA.
Yep.
He might be a Hall of Famer one day. I don't know, but I think he broke most records, so he could be.
At East. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Jason Peters.
You can find him anywhere, guys. And this kind of brings me to one of the questions I wanted to ask you is, like, would it matter who they drafted at 9 if he was a Hall of Famer? And I think you guys already talked about that. Would it matter?
Well, I think in the grand scheme of things, it won't matter. However, at the time, it matters because, like I said, because I see we needing offensive line help for us to go out and draft.
But if you can get that later in the draft at the same value of somebody that you thought was going to be an all-pro that turned out to be a bust, and then now you got your tackle and your offensive guard in the third and fourth round.
But what I'm saying,
JSN at 9, and JSN's a Hall of Famer.
But what I'm saying is, at the time, like come next Thursday night, at the time, if they call JSN's name, I'm going to be like, oh man, we could have got this offensive lineman. That's at that time. Now come the season and JSN shows out, be the star and all that. Yeah, of course I'm going to change my mind then. But at the time of the draft, that night, I'm going to be like, man, I wish we would have got an offensive lineman. That's going to be my immediate thought.
Yeah. But if it played out in the season that the guy that they got in the third round was the guy you thought they were going to get in the first round, but JSN becomes a Hall of Famer, or insert here, Kalijah Kancey. If they blew up the world and took Kalijah Kancey at 9, let's just put that out there, because I like to pontificate, guys. You guys know that by now. Fuck you, Foster. If they took JSN at 9 and he became a Hall of Famer, would it matter? Would it matter?
Well, just like a kid, open up a new a present on Christmas or whatever fucking holiday you celebrate. It's like, what the fuck is this? But then in July, it's like, oh, this is the greatest gift ever because you're using it. So at the time, sure, there's going to be disappointment because whoever Poles selects at whatever position, somebody's going to be mad because it's not their guy, or that he traded back. The only people that are going to be happy is like, oh yeah, that's my dude, right on, Poles. Other than that, it's like, oh, what the fuck is this guy doing? He doesn't know what he's doing. But I look at it like last year, as Shorty alluded to, that Poles turned all those late round picks into some starters.
Yeah.
So he back then he was shopping in like Goodwill and like bargain bins and all that. So this season, with more resources, we hoping that he's shopping at like TJ Maxx or Ross or Marshalls or some shit. And then as we build that capital and build that depth and get starters at all these positions, next year and the year after, we can move up to like Neiman Marcus and Saks Fifth Avenue and take those players because we'll have that depth that they can move in and do their thing and not have the opposition focus on them because they know, well, shit, that's the only star that they got. So all these other scrubs, we don't double team and we stop the star. Whereas opposed to now you have depth, now you have like potential stars at a lot of positions. Now you bring in a ball buster, blue chip motherfucker. And now it's like, what do? We can't double team him because we got other issues to worry about.
Right. And the other thing is we have how many quarterback or wide receivers that are signed after this season?
Well, let me stop you right there and ask a question to the panel. Are we sure that Darnell Mooney's coming back? Not only because he's small and ran a lot of different wrong routes, but because of the pin and the ankle and the contract. Are we sure he's coming back?
I am.
Well, the season will show.
I'm not 100%. I don't think they're going to sign Mooney and Claypool. I think it's one or the other.
Well, what do you mean by this? I mean, this year, or are you talking about next year?
Well, I mean, as far as if you're building
by the end of this
draft,
season,
you want to draft probably whoever's replacement. If you think, well, you see, that's the thing. You don't know whether it's going to be a Claypool or a Mooney, and they're both, different statures. So when you draft, you want to have an eye toward the receiver room for young talent. But it's like, well, what mold do you go after? Like a Mooney kind of stature guy or a Claypool kind of stature guy? And the question is based on with the pin in Mooney's ankle and, not being a Poles drafted for or traded for a guy, does he make it back this season? And beyond this season, that will answer the question itself depending on how they play.
Well, I'll say this. I believe that I look at it like this. Poles drafted 2 receivers already. We drafted Claypool and we drafted Moore. So having gained 2 players within the last 2 wide receivers in the last 6 months, I'm not saying don't address the wide receiver position. However, I would draft them later, like the 4th round on, because our biggest needs are, again, the offensive line to protect Fields, and then the defensive line to get after the other quarterback. We only had 20 sacks last year, and our leading sack person was our strong safety, who was a rookie. So again, that's why that goes back to Shorty's question. Will I be upset with who they pick at 9? Yeah, because I'm looking at it from the lens of where is our biggest needs. Our biggest needs is offensive line, defensive line, and if we don't go that route at that moment next Thursday, I'm going to be disappointed. If the year come around and JSN or whatever, or even a cornerback, if they turn out to be great, so be it. But if Fields is still getting sacked 50 times, I'm still going to be looking like, well, how have that helped Fields, and how has that helped us determine whether or not Fields is the guy, because he's still running for his life and he can't sit back there long enough to make a pass.
Well, I'm just under the assumption that Poles and Cunningham are aware of the O-line deficiencies, and they're not just gonna, draft all defense and say fuck the O-line, Justin will figure it out itself. Right. I have confidence that they are going to address every position group up to a sufficient level as much as they can.
Okay, but let me ask you this question. Let me put it to you like this. Let's say he drafts all these other positions and he finally addresses the O-line at in the 5th round. In the 5th round, he drafts a guy. The guy is just average to below average at best. So are you going to say now that, are you going to be happy with what he did, or are you going to say, you know what, at least he addressed it? Or
well, I'm not gonna get myself up and bring my pressure up worrying about what's gonna happen.
No.
In the future. I mean, I understand the concept. What you're saying that,
but I'm not saying.
Wait, hold on. Let me understand. You're saying you're concerned, if not worried, about what might happen?
No. What I'm saying is, if he drafts the guy in the 5th round.
What might happen?
No, what I'm saying, if he drafts a guy in the 5th round, the year comes, and while the year happening, he's average to below average, and Fields is still getting sacked 50 times. How are you going to feel about him? Although he addressed the offensive line, but he didn't address until the 5th round. How are you going to feel that he took till the 5th round to do it and it didn't work out?
I might feel a little bit better if the situation is he took Skoronski, let's say at 9, and Skoronski turns out to be a bust.
You would feel better which one?
That he missed on a guy in the 5th as opposed to missing a guy at 9.
Well, let's go back to 9 first, man. I mean, there's 3 things I could say. Trading back, Here, you know what? Fucking J2K again, man. This guy is awesome. So he had a question in here, and this kind of goes with your 9, Shorty. Trading back number 9, because I did have to step out, but I've been listening the whole time. J2K's question was something like, real quick. If you're going to pick up here at number 9, who's a potential Hall of Famer and who has the highest potential out of anybody you're going to pick? So I was looking at that going, and I ran 3 names off the top of my head, and it was Anderson, Nolan Smith, and Weatherspoon. For some reason, those guys are stuck in my head as high ceilings. Maybe they could be potential Hall of Famers. They're probably going to be, in my eyes, some long-term Pro Bowlers. So I don't think it really matters. I still think unless Carter's sitting there, I'm trading down probably. I mean, I'd have to really see who's there. Especially I just saw something again today on CBS with this 17 and 32 trade with Pittsburgh. We'll get back to that. But he asked everybody to do this. So with that, I would probably more than likely trade back. And I will not be surprised, like you guys mentioned it earlier. How many times have we talked about what he did last year getting 11 picks? I still say he's going to get 15 picks this year and 2 or 3 next year, late rounders, but that's it. I wish I could find here's J2K's questions, and this goes with trading back in 9. Because if you're going to draft a guy in the top 10, he's got to be something great, right? I mean, that's the idea of it. So who do you guys think has the highest ceiling in this draft and most likely to be a Hall of Famer? And those 3 names I said, and that's just me, because I think those guys, all 3 of them actually have the potential of being Hall of Famers in my eyes, the way I look at it. You've got Nolan Smith God knows what he's capable. We know what Anderson is, and I think he's going to get better. And Weatherspoon in college, anyways, is probably the best cornerback I've seen in my lifetime. The only guy I could compare pictures with would be like Deion Sanders, or because of their capabilities, or Dick Night Train Lane used to be on the Cardinals and the Bears back in the 50s. Guy, he was the first quarterback that you see that we have today, and he was in the 50s, man. And then the last thing is, you guys go back to this. I just want to tell PJ, man, quit being nice and being all sweet and shit, because you make the rest of us kind of look like a bunch of fucking assholes. But I'll shut up now.
Can I ask you a question real quick? Are we worried about Hall of Fame players? Or are we worried about quality players to get to the Super Bowl?
Quality.
I keep hearing people saying, is he going to be a Hall of Fame player? I don't care about that as long as we get to the bowl. We can have mediocre players or above average players get us to that level. Dallas Cowboys had an offensive line that was remarkable back when Troy Aikman was playing. How many of those players are in the Hall of Fame? Maybe 1 or 2, maybe.
Mm-hmm. But they got rings.
Right, they got rings.
But that's the point, though. I think if you get the rings, you also get the Hall of Fame.
True, but I'm worried about quality before I do the Hall of Fame.
That's why I've been saying this the whole time: quantity over quality.
Absolutely.
You want more players, you're going to get quality with the more quantity you add.
Right.
I mean, everybody's so hung up that we have to take somebody at 9 because that's a top tier talent. But it's like, no, the talent goes all throughout this draft, and to go along with
all the way to
J2K, I can't. The only guy I'm pounding the table for is Tommy Adebawore. Other than that, I haven't studied all these motherfuckers. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Poles and staff is going through Division 2, Division 3. They're scouring the earth, and they're gonna unearth those gems. I'm not that deep into it. Shout out to J2K. Shout out to all the draft procrastinators like Jordan, Swifty, Nomad. That's your thing, and I'm down. I'm with you. I do a couple mocks every now and then, but I don't profess to have the knowledge of the inner workings, the medical charts, the interviews, the meeting of these players like the front office does. So I defer all that shit to them. I just like Adebawore because all of his measurables and qualities and on-field play, that's the dude right there. But other than that, always trust.
All right, let me say this.
Then Quit fucking talking so much, Triple R, and let PJ say something.
I'll say this. I think what the hangup is this. You have a chance to draft Quentin Nelson at his best at 9. Or you wait later on in the second round and you pick up Whitehair. Which one you going with?
Well said. Well asked question.
Well, I mean, considering that Nelson has brought how many Super Bowls to Indy?
You're right. And this year he was terrible. Well, not the whole line was terrible, I should say.
I'm saying drafting Nelson at his best. Or drafting Whitehair.
And Whitehair's had a 10-year career? Made a couple Pro Bowls?
One Pro Bowl as an alternate center.
Okay, so he's played a couple positions. So I mean, for the value, Whitehair was the better value.
Well, that's why.
Let me just finish it real quick, Foster. Only thing I'm saying is because if our biggest need is offensive line, you have a chance to draft the best offensive lineman, in my opinion. You draft
but the biggest need, the biggest D line, O line, which one's the biggest need?
Well, that's what I'm saying. For me, it's offensive line because you got to protect field. So that's what I'm saying. I would rather go with this blue chip player who I really strongly believe is going to be a success. Get that taken care of, then address these other positions later on.
But one of the flaws with that though is like Skoronski's your guy, right?
Right.
And where do you want him to play it? Left tackle or left guard?
Left guard.
All right, so he's your starting left guard for the next 10 years, as the expression goes, which is so fucking stupid. But all right, fine. So what does that do for right tackle? What does that do for center, which is still up in the air? Now Tevin, who's been bumped from the right guard position, is now battling with Skoronski for left guard reps. That still leaves a D line. So you're putting a lot of eggs in that Skoronski basket where there's so many other deficits.
Well, under my scenario, Jenkins becomes a right tackle, sitting there right beside Davis and leaving. Him and Nate Davis on that right side, we're done. We got Jones and Skoronski on the left side, we're done. So yeah, I'm going to draft a center later on, or until then have Whitehair hold the position down. But that's what I'm saying. So my point is, if I get my line set, I'm now done with that. Now the other needs, like you said, the defensive line. In the second round, I'm trying to get a Tommy. I'm trying to get a Mozzie Smith. I'm trying to get somebody on that defensive line because I got my offensive line now set. That's where I'm coming from, as opposed to trying to draft a corner or wide receiver in the first round, then trying to find not a non-blue chip player later on to address one of my bigger needs, being the offensive line. If that makes sense to you guys.
Well, that makes sense from your perspective, as you're still putting Tevin at right tackle.
Yeah,
but if nobody in Halas Hall said shit about putting Tevin at right tackle.
Well, I'm going to make a phone call to polls after we get done here tonight.
Yeah, send an email to President Warren.
I want to get in on this, and then Saul and Dan, you guys got to say something too. But going back to the line, man, we're in better shape than people think. I know everybody's the right tackle, the center. We don't have a left guard. Does anybody remember Jatiri Carter? And Dieter Eisland played some pretty good left guard in preseason and a couple games.
Carter, yes.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it's not just Tevin being there, because not only do we got to have frontline guys, we got to have guys that are going to 17 games now. When it was 14, it was a lot of guys played 14 games, but 17 games now, a lot of guys don't make 14 games. You've got to have quality on the bench. Go ahead.
The other thing to take into consideration here is Leatherwood had fucking mono, guys. Could you imagine how difficult it would be to get over mono
Here.
and go back to your normal job?
You,
No matter
Well,
if
yeah, but the thing,
you're-
but
you
if
didn't let
look
me
at
get finished
Leatherwood,
with
when
that.
he had reps, he was bent over. he
because
had
I was going to
back
discuss
pull. That's not
Leatherwood
a
and Kellen
condition.
Deesh.
Mm-mm. Deesh.
There's so many guys on this roster. I mean,
Yeah.
Triple R, you brought up even Nisi the other day. Nisi. So I started looking at him. I don't know about the guy because there's not a lot on him, but they kept him on the team.
Yeah.
So who do we have? I keep saying, man, if we get a freaking center, like before I said, if we would have signed Posick, and we get a center, okay, we need a right tackle, but I think everything else we're covered. We don't even realize it. That's why I'm more inclined to see the Bears trade this pick, especially if Skronsky's sitting there and these other guys aren't, because somebody like Pittsburgh might take them. They got problems with. They could use an extra tackle and another guard, and they kind of think that Skronsky can be a right tackle. I don't know. I'm not there, but I'm just throwing all this out there. I don't think we're as bad on the line as we think.
Yeah. But what I was saying about that whole thing is, I lost my train of thought. What was I saying, Foster? You interrupted me on that whole shit.
I was trying to go into the line. You started talking about Leatherwood with the mono and being sick. So he never really got to do anything, really.
Right. He had mono. Like, could you imagine just if you had a paperwork job and you had mono for however long it took? My mom had mono when she was a kid. I hear the stories about it.
Hey,
so now your job is the NFL. So you have to recover from mono and then go back to your NFL job and try to perform against defensive linemen trying to take you out. What we could have seen with the poor performance on the field last year when he was in the game at the end of the season from Leatherwood is just simply him trying to get back into shape. There could be a whole other component of this team with Leatherwood and, like you said, Tyree Carter.
Time out, Shorty. Real quick.
Done.
Anybody had mono?
No.
Yes or no? Anybody had mono?
No.
Nope.
My mom did.
You lose weight, you lose muscle, and it takes you 2 or 3 months to get healthy and recover and be normal. That's why I'm bringing it up, too. I mean,
ask the
I still was thinking in my eyes, I was like, I wanted freaking Leatherwood as a left guard or on the left side, but
yeah.
Go ahead. I'll stop again, man. We'll get into this. Keep going.
Too. The quarterback drafted from USC by the Jets got traded to the Panthers. He had mono too.
Leinart?
Sam Darnold.
Thank you. Sam Darnold, yes. He had mono too. He has not recovered from it.
Question though.
Go ahead.
One question. When it comes to Leatherwood, if Leatherwood was a strong possibility at right tackle, why did Raiders cut him for one? And for two,
he's not.
That's my point. Because I don't think he's more of a left. I mean, I don't think he's a right tackle at all. I think maybe he can probably try on the left side, guard or tackle, but I don't think on the right side he showed anything either in the Raiders or with us. So I think him being a right tackle is just out of the question for me. So
real quick, it's over, dude. It don't even matter because St. Omni said he's a bust, so now we got to drop the whole fucking thing.
Well, let me ask you this: Leatherwood was a beast in college, a beast. Now people say he was overdrafted, but that's not his fault. He doesn't choose where he's drafted. So if he was a beast at left tackle and he sucked on the right side, theoretically, would he not be a beast once again on the left side, whether it be a tackle or guard?
Well, my question being, how was he in pass protection in college? I mean, he was a good run. He was a run guy in college. He was good with the run on the left side, but how good was he in pass protection? That's the question that keeps coming to mind because as soon as like you said, as soon as he got drafted by the Raiders, they moved him right over to a right tackle because they had the kid out of what was it, UCLA begins with a K. I forgot who they got at the left tackle. So they moved him straight over to the right side. So that's why I'm like, okay, how good was he in pass protection on the left side?
So here's a question for everybody, and I want to start with Sal. Everybody, you guys are all Ryan Poles. what the fuck do you see in Leatherwood and Dieter and who's the guy that was played at Arizona State? So what the hell do you guys as polls? What do you guys see in Leatherwood and Deesh? Why are they still on the team then?
Deesh.
Okay, at least go with Leatherwood. Everybody's seeing enough of Leatherwood. I know Deesh because I scouted him at Arizona State, and I thought for sure, I was hoping the Bears were going to draft him, and I thought for sure that was going to be our answer to right tackle. But I digress.
Well, I think with Leatherwood, it's going to determine how his preseason goes this year. Because, like you said, I did not know he had mono, but since he had mono, it's going to take him a while to recuperate or whatever. And if he shows signs, he could be a strong backup right tackle, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
A strong backup right tackle. And so I wasn't that disappointed with Larry Borum.
Ooh. I'm going to give you the stage on that.
I wasn't that disappointed with them.
Everybody's aiming their guns at you.
When him and Jenkins playing alongside each other. That right side wasn't that bad. We can improve. We still need a right tackle, but I disagree with my brother, though. I would keep Jenkins at guard.
Why?
Thank God.
Because he shined at guard. But he was healthy, and he did well at guard.
But you brought in Nate Davis, who's a more athletic right guard.
Okay, so now Jenkins played left tackle in college, right?
No, Jenkins played right tackle.
Okay, right tackle. But the transition from right guard to left guard, that's what the preseason for, and I think he's going to be well.
What makes you believe he's not a good right tackle?
Because did they play him at right tackle at all? Or they did try him at left tackle in Chicago.
Probably in off season or OTAs.
And he was hurt when he got hurt too. So
yeah, we've never seen him in the NFL at right tackle.
Right, we just seen him at left tackle.
Correct.
When he first got back, and then he got hurt.
Right.
Okay. That's a good question. They could try to see, but I'm thinking they're going by how he did at right guard. That's why they want to keep him at guard.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm thinking of why they're going to move him over, because of Davis. And so now he shined at guard. So they're going to try to keep him at guard to try to keep that core strong. And Whitehair is going to go at center. Lucas Patrick is going to go where?
To the wire.
Yeah, exactly.
That was a bust.
Well, I think he was behind the 8 ball after he got hurt with his hand.
Yeah, when he hurt his hand, glove hand.
So it was hard for him. But see, I'm not a firm believer in Whitehair playing playing center because of his poor snapping.
Right. So the third or fourth round, get that center out of Michigan.
Or the one out of Arkansas.
St. Amney says Lucas Patrick is equals practice squad.
Right.
I gotta throw this in about Tevin Jenkins. That's for fucking St. Amney. So you guys know in college, because he his sophomore year, they made him a right tackle, even though he was the best left tackle on the team, because they had what the hell is his name?
His brother.
Arlington Hambright. Arlington Hambright was the left tackle on that team. Well, he was hurt for 3 games, and I'm reading just a thing here, and it's talking about that even this is college. He was more than admirable at those 3 games coming in at left tackle due to an injury to the regular season starter. And again that year, he was again named honorable mention as All Big 12 after his redshirt junior season. He started every game as a senior at right tackle. We know that. So, but I'm just saying and I was trying to find more in high school because I swear he was on the left side more in high school, and that's how he ended up starting in college to be on the left side. But it might have even been Hambright who could not play freaking right tackle. That's how he ended up at right tackle. I'm serious. And we know this. I'm just reiterating it.
I remember the story that, he was supposed to be the left tackle, but the guy who was coming up couldn't play right tackle as well. He played better left tackle. So that's why Jenkins said he would stay on the right side. So, I mean, I get all that. But that's what I'm saying. To me, my eyes would like to see him at right tackle and see what he does, because I haven't seen him be bad at right tackle.
So if he struggles, would you move him to guard then?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if I see him struggling like I seen Borum struggle at right tackle, okay, I'd be more open to it. But right now, I haven't seen him struggle.
So
well, you see, but here's an argument against the Tev love. Not that I hate Tev, but here's the thing. He was a beast at right guard, but they still chose to go out and sign another right guard. So now you're moving Tev from another position that he just learned to the other side of the line to play a different position that he's battling for, not locked in for. Poles did not draft Tevin. He's due a contract in 2 seasons, and he's injury prone. That position, let me start like this. I think the offensive line is going to be Braxton Jones at left tackle, Jatari Carter at left guard, a rookie at center, Davis at right guard, and then like Deesh or rookie at right tackle. I don't think Borum comes back. I think Tevin's gone.
You're playing into what I was just about to say, Triple R, which is, could he be traded on Tevin Jenkins be traded on draft day?
Yeah, because his stats and his nastiness and his performance, teams will want that. But Poles, him and Cunningham, both former offensive linemen, know what it's like for their fellow Hogs to have bad backs. That shit don't go away. And then his neck was fucking up. It's like that. That's too. He's just too fragile.
Too spinal
as
injuries.
Opposed to like a Braxton Jones who was on the field for every fucking snap. Now, granted, injuries can happen at any time, but Tev has not proven to be able to stay on the field at all.
Mm-hmm.
So Carter, is that the guy out of Tennessee State?
The HBCU?
Yes.
I believe it's Tyree Carter.
Yes.
You think he'll start?
Well, they said, historically, they say that offensive linemen need a year to mature, to develop, to get that strength, to get used to the NFL, to get the smarts to know all the calls and all that good shit. Whereas Braxton just started every game. Whereas they've been talking about Carter when he got in at the end of last season, subbing for Tev. He was a nasty son of a bitch. And so going forward, he is their draft pick.
Okay.
So they like him for some reason. They did not put him on the practice squad to get poached like the guy that we lost.
Zach Thomas.
Zach Thomas to the Chargers or wherever. So they kept him on the active roster. He got time. And now this is his second year. I think he would be ready to start. Yeah.
Let me say 2 things.
Well, he's small school, man. So it takes a little longer, but you can see what's there with his athleticism and the capabilities, even if you go back and look on tape. I think, is he a Division II or Division III school? I know he's one or the other. And that's how Braxton was too, but at least he had more, because they didn't think Braxton would develop as quick. But I said this, I think on a barroom show, I said by the end of last year, Jatari Carter is going to be a starting guard and Braxton Jones will be a starting left tackle. One out of 2, because I thought Carter, what I saw in the preseason and just his college tape, the guy's got all the capabilities in the world. It's just a matter, I think, of when. Right. And he could probably play either guard position and probably center if you taught him it.
And then also a real quick follow-up, just to not to cut anybody off, but remember, Carter was coming in as a rookie, and we still had Whitehair, our veteran at that position. We still had, we didn't still have, but we signed Patrick at center, a veteran. So Carter was coming in as an uphill battle as a rookie. So that year of development, now those positions open, yeah.
All right, let me 2 things real quick. First of all, let's give a shout out to J-Rock in the chat, as well as Leo Factor 1. Those are guys I always see in the chat, so I want to give a shout out to them real quick.
Shout out to you guys, man. Everybody in chat. I mean, Saint Omni, J2K, Leo Factor. We love you guys, man. James Ford, thank you so much for being a part of this tonight.
Fucking Foster, Saint Omni, Cliff Victoria, J2K, J-Rock, Saint Omni. Where's Jimmy? Where's the other guy? James Ford.
Cliff's going to come out and explain his meatloaf thing to you real soon, Foster.
Fuck Cliff and his meatloaf, man.
But
because now you're talking pot roast or some bullshit.
But the point I wanted to make real quick is as far as Tevin Jenkins, although I agree with Triple R, the way it seems as though Poles is trying to weed him out, but he's a first round talent. I mean, he would have been he would have been drafted in the first round if it wasn't for his injury, but we got him in the second round. And to give up on that is one of the things I dislike about when a new regime comes in. A new regime comes in and they always want to get their guys in because, well, I drafted Carter in this instance, although I drafted him in the 5th round or no, 7th round, I think.
Well, but then you just kind of answer your question.
Hold on. What I'm saying is, so if you drafted your guy in the 7th round, now you want to plug him in there. I don't think Carter's a better player than Jenkins. I just don't. Now, I think Carter I don't know how good he's going to be at guard because he also played tackle in college. Granted, it was a HBCU, but he played tackle. He played left tackle in college. So Jenkins played right tackle in college. So my thing is, I would rather, like I said, see what Jenkins can give me in the NFL as a right tackle. If he can't do it, okay, guess what? I'm with you guys. I'm on your train now. But because I haven't seen that, I haven't seen no signs that he can't play right tackle. I want to see it because
the thing is, I understand what you're saying, but nobody, Poles, Flus, the offensive line coach, ain't nobody saying, yeah, we're gonna put Tevin at right tackle. There's a reason for that we don't know. And then also, as far as Tevin goes, that you were asking the question, coming out of the draft, he had injury red flags. His first season, injury red flags. Mm-hmm. His second season, injury red flags. Mm-hmm. It's like, at what point do you look at the red flags and go, maybe we should move on from this guy because he's not healthy, because history has shown he's not healthy.
Or maybe I should put him in a position to where he's not going to have those same red flags, because if you're at guard and you're getting that immediate hit being from the guys coming right at you, coming out of a 3-point stance, as opposed to you being on the outside where you're in a 2-point stance and you got time to get your arms up and to protect yourself and not get that jarring so quickly. I think
but wasn't he in college? Didn't you say he was a tackle in college?
Yes.
Read the screen.
He still had red flags of injuries at tackle in college.
He had hurt his back in college.
And so that's the same injury he's got now.
No.
Why are we still pussyfooting around and saying let's keep this dude with a bad back?
It's not the same injury, because when he came in,
how many backs he got?
Let me explain to you, brother.
I love that shit.
When he came in,
we're gonna give you guys a show and make it point counterpoint. You can start it out by going, PJ, you ignorant slut.
He had an issue that he had in college. It didn't get fixed in college. It wasn't until he got here that they fixed it. Once he got fixed, he was good. Last year he hurt his neck, and that's from, again, having those linemen come right at you. That's what I'm saying. Give him a chance at right tackle, because it's no longer the back issue. It was the neck issue, because actually it happened when he was pulling, and he got cracked. So my point is, I don't say he's injury riddled. Again, give him a shot at right tackle. He doesn't work out, guess what? Let's move on. But we haven't even given him that shot. I mean, we have given Borum a shot. We have given
Preach it, PJ. Preach it.
We haven't given Riley Reef a shot. I mean, all these guys been given a shot during games.
But the question is, knowing that we have this deficit at the position and we have this talented guy, why have they not given him a shot?
That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. That's
Fuck, and we talk about this all the time, and the chat's bored with it too.
I agree.
They're saying it.
But that's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't understand it. That's the dilemma.
Well, I'm PJ. I'm the ones going. Let's try everybody everywhere, man, because then you'll know for sure, right?
Right.
That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking for.
But we have dumped a lot of time on this, and they're just stating in the chat, why is 2/3 of this about an offensive line that fucking stinks? So,
all right.
What we probably should do with one of them 3rd-round picks or 2nd-round picks is draft a freaking center. And I say we get the dude from Michigan, Oluwatime, in the 4th round. He should be available like that first pick in the 4th round. Then we don't have to use an earlier pick on it. We could designate that stuff towards the other part. Offensive line to defensive line.
Only problem I got with that.
Edge rusher.
I read an article today that said the center from Michigan, he plays in a power system. So we were in an outside zone system. So they don't know how well he would do in that. Because I read an article about that today. Whereas the kid,
I saw that, but there's also 6 other guys real quick saying that he's physically capable of adjusting to that scheme properly. You could almost anybody could draft this guy, they're saying.
Okay.
I don't know if that's true, but when 10 guys say it that are fairly respected, and it's just my thing, is because I don't want to use pick 51 to get a center. I think we can get a good value center later in the draft when we need to use pick 51 on, like, I don't know, Keanu Bennett or somebody, White, somebody that's, I'll shut up. Finish that, Pete.
No, what I'm saying is I think I'm with you. That's the only thing I read, because I'm high on the guy from Michigan as well. But I think he can be had in the 4th round. But I also like Stromberg, like I think it was J-Rock in the chat. He said Stromberg from Arkansas. I think he can be had in the 3rd round. So I think we can find a center in the 3rd or 4th round. So I would go that way. But as far as the 2nd round, I'm with Triple R all the way. I want Tommy. I want Tommy.
Where do you guys think Pittman's gonna go?
Well, see, because
I like him too.
That's the 6'6" guy.
Yeah.
And
I like him too.
Season, Justin was hitting Musty in the back of the helmet. Musty's not close to 6'6". So I mean, it's like.
Yeah, he's tall. He's long too. Yeah, he's long. He's tall and long. So yeah.
So it looks like the center class this year is very deep. That you can get, multiple starters, 6th round. Because you got the older guy JMS from Minnesota might be the best guy, but he's 25 years old. Going forward, do you want to draft somebody that old to start your core?
Right.
So you may say, all right, he's the best center. So teams needing a center are going to take him earlier. We can get better value by getting a starter right now who's younger, much later in the draft, wherever that may be.
Right. I agree. That'd be like what Shorty was saying earlier. If we let's say we draft JMS in the 1st round and he becomes a Hall of Famer. Are we going to be happy with that? Like, yeah, you're going to be happy that he's a Hall of Famer, but you'd be like, well, we probably could have got, we probably could have addressed a more pressing need in the 1st round.
I mean, at the time, if the time was right now and we were on the clock and at number 9, it's like JSN, it's like my immediate reaction, if I was thinking right now, is like, what the fuck? Because just looking at JSN,
no, I'm talking about JMS.
The majority of last season because of a hamstring.
No, I'm talking about if we drafted that center. How would you feel if we drafted that center, JMS, John Michael Schmitz, whatever his name? What if we drafted him in?
I think
it'd be great if we had another pick because we need to get other stuff on the line, the defense too.
Well, with the depth of the center position and his age and all that, I would think that was a reach. Now, if he turned out to be a Hall of Famer, it's like, all right, that was a good pick. I'm glad, I'm not the GM.
But you still, at that time, you'll feel a certain type of way, right?
Yeah, because of, remember, we don't have all of the information. We don't have the interviews. We don't have the medicals. We don't have the the flow charts of our cap situation and what players and when their contracts are going to be due and the position groups for every room.
Right.
We're just coming from like, oh, that some bitch can play right there. I want him on the Bears.
Did
Right.
you say Hall of
Do
Fame again?
all four of you guys think that we're going to get a center in a draft? Because J2K just said in the chat that he thinks he might bypass it this year because we got Patrick and we got Whitehair and we got Eisland.
Whitehair
and who's the kid from Illinois?
Kramer. Yeah. Kramer, he was a rookie last year, but he came in, a tore ACL. So how reliable is he? We don't know. Patrick, that dude is Mr. fucking Glass.
It wasn't an ACL.
It be crystal. Whitehair is on the bubble and expensive and old. So yeah, we are definitely drafting a center with how deep the center draft class is.
Yeah, Whitehair.
What do you think, Sal?
Say it again, man.
Say that again.
On the team. Whitehair is the second oldest on the team.
Yeah, he's old.
And so I think they're going to go with the youth movement and draft a center.
He also is one of the highest paid on the team.
Exactly. So he's going
to fuck you, J2K.
He's going to get the boot. Or they're going to. He's expendable.
Yeah, I think he's going to either. Me personally, I think he's going to be asked to take a pay cut at some point or released.
Yep.
Because I can't see them wanting to pay him $14 million this year.
Yeah, because he's like 31 years old, I think. 31 or 32.
And he didn't play very well last year.
Exactly. He was hurt too.
Yeah. So depending on what they can get out of the draft, I think it depends on whether or not they're going to keep him.
I got a question. We just signed a punter. Did you see why they signed that punter?
The left foot thing?
Yeah, he's a left-footed punter. So they said we struggled, our punt returners struggled with left-footed punters, especially like Velus Jones against the Giants. And so they signed that left-footed punter so they can get reps in practice to learn how to catch it or whatever. I'm like, that's pretty remarkable.
Thank you, Poles and Eberflus, because nobody else would even have thought to do that prior to this.
That's pretty smart,
guys.
So what's the question?
Brilliant.
What did you guys see about the punter? That was the question.
Wait, no. So wait, the punter that they drafted is the left-footed punter?
Yeah. No, they signed a punter.
No, they signed him. They signed him to the practice squad because he's going to help these guys with the problem they've been having.
There's been
10 articles on it.
Yep.
We don't have a practice squad right down there, Foster.
But they signed him to a year. So that's going to help Velus Jones. Man, I think our wide receiver core is getting pretty good. It's going to be pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and for everybody concerned about the
guys, you guys just fucked me all up with that. Hold on, can you explain that to me?
Okay, the punter.
Trenton Gill is a right-footed punter.
Right. They just signed,
a left-footed punter.
Yeah, from the Giants. He used to be with the Giants.
Help left-handed people catch a left-footed punter's.
Help punt returners catch it because it spins different from the left foot.
Just to add the ambiance to it so that there's a variation.
When he against the Giants, he fumbled the ball a couple times.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So they wanted to get a left-footed punter in here so he can work on that and learn how to catch it better.
All right, I got a question.
That makes sense.
Got a real quick question for you guys.
Okay.
How would you guys have felt if the Bears would have traded or swapped 7th round picks with the Rams and picked up Allen Robinson?
His career is going like this.
Put it like this. Once you hit it and you break up with it, you don't go back to hit it again.
You hit it and quit it.
Depends on how good it is.
But
if it was that good, you wouldn't leave it.
But he is still younger.
You better have a fast car and have all your cash with you.
I hear that he's still younger than what Velus Jones is.
No.
That's low, BJ. That's low.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard. I don't know how true it is, but that's what I heard.
True, man.
That's low.
That's not true.
I think Velas is going to have a breakout season, man. I really do. After the last 2 or 3 games at the end there.
Yep.
Now, are they going to re-sign N'Keal Henry or Harry?
Huh?
Are they going to re-sign N'Keal Harry?
No.
I would.
I would think not, unless it's late in free agency and they get him on the cheap
Hold on
as their 7th receiver.
Was that you, Foster? Did you go, I would? Like did you hit like a little puberty moment there? Was that you?
Yes, I did.
All right, let me ask you a question, Sal.
I'm making that a short.
As far as Harry goes, or any free agent wide receiver, they are older. They are, have experience, yes, but also have a history. And that history for Harry is that he gets injured. If this is a prove-it year, he's going to want to get paid. I am not re-signing one of those guys as opposed to taking like a Xavier Hutchinson or was it Mims or Meeks, whatever his name is, or A.T. Perry or a rookie. Just to say, I'm taking as many rookies as I can, as opposed to signing, mid free agents.
Thank you.
We missed out.
I keep saying quantity over quality. It's the more players you add to the team, the more quality you will have with quantity.
I think we should have signed N'Keal Hardman.
Well,
we should have signed.
Say that again. Oh yeah,
got Hardman before Jets got him.
Well, I'll say this though. I mean, Triple R say he doesn't want to sign mid-level. What is Pettis?
Well, I think Pettis is a one-year contract that's, a good placeholder in case you need a punt returner.
Okay,
but there's nothing saying that they can't cut him.
But what I'm saying is
exactly
the point I'm making though is if you're so against N'Keal Harry, why are you okay with Pettis?
Well, who said I was okay with Pettis?
Because Pettis give you more than Harry.
Absolutely.
I understand that he's a good punt returner, but when he was in the game as a wide receiver, he dropped many balls that could have helped.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as I'm concerned, he can kick rocks. But I didn't re-sign him.
He's an emergency receiver, and he's a backup punt returner. Who's our punt returner right now? Because it ain't Velas.
Right. I would prefer a rookie, but they want a veteran presence back there, and he does have a history of returning punts decently.
Right, because
so you bring in a rookie or a UDFA to battle with him, and if he gets beat out, he's gone.
Right.
Which I hope he does. What I hope he is, but I mean that's not my call.
Right.
Wait, timeout. Fucking J2K, why don't you just come and do the whole fucking show? God damn it!
Yep, I like the signing with Pettis is a low contract, 1 year, and like you said, he's a emergency punt returner. It just like he's a body in there just to fill in.
Right.
Yeah.
And so now you're not in the draft like, oh fuck, we got to get a guy.
Right.
We're not sure, or we got to find a UDFA because Pettis, he's decent at this. If he gets beat out, cool. If he wins, cool.
He's gonna be like the 5th or 6th option.
Hopefully.
6. Yeah, exactly. Hopefully, yeah. And
maybe
he can catch a wide open pass against the 49ers. Like
7th option.
I can't find the details on his contract either, so it must not be worth shit. So if they could cut him, like you said,
it wasn't much.
He's a practice squad guy. He's a practice squad guy. Really, that's it.
Yeah, I think it was $1.50 in a bus pass.
And plus, as much cap room as we still got left to play with, if we cut him, whatever that penalty is, it don't matter.
Right.
And one of those old bus tokens, you remember those little bus tokens worth a dime or something? Back in
Get you a super transfer.
I got mugged. I got mugged for one of those once, getting out of Cook County Jail. Believe it or not, I should just shut up now.
See, we didn't have bus tokens here. We just had little change to put on the bus.
Man, I can count on one hand how many buses I've ridden on. One was I I was like
Okay.
very fearful.
I got another question. DJ Fluker.
DJ Fluker.
Question.
Is he an option as a backup role for the Bears?
Ain't he
I
like
know
40 years old?
But have you seen him?
At 40
32.
years old?
32.
No, he's not 40. He's not 40. He's in his 30s. Yeah.
I just
Somebody,
want to know.
I could look that up real quick.
Sellers, I just want to know real quick. Are you having a man crush on DJ Fluker?
No, because I asked that
There's an
before.
inside shit between PJ and Selna with DJ Fluker.
I mean,
He's
you
32, and this dude is ripped. They showed him working out at Alabama with some defensive lineman or whatever.
So you say you like his body?
Hold on.
Well, he was throwing some of them younger guys around, dude.
Exactly.
Do we want to see the kind of body type that
we're gonna get personal now? You better cut it out, bro. Better cut it out.
there's the type of body that Sel likes right here.
Exactly. Oh. Hey. You
Like,
got
hey.
me. Okay, take that off.
Okay, I do like
You
that.
got me.
Wait, not if you're in a cell, but cell likes. Something wrong with you. Something wrong with you, Shorty.
Oh, you guys got me. Got the new guy. I tell you got the new guy.
I mean,
I
but
jumped
why
in with
would
both
we
feet
bring
on
him
that
in?
one.
We had to get to do
both feet.
I mean, we don't see him. He's above 30, so you know that's not Poles' type.
Yeah,
You know,
right.
he's not going to come in and start for any time, you know, for longevity's purposes.
Like,
You know,
I wouldn't
why bring him
expect
in
it.
as a backup because I mean, sure, maybe for a year, but I mean, what does that benefit us as opposed to bringing in a rookie?
Well, as an insurance
Mentorship.
policy for like just a veteran presence to help your young offensive lineman.
Like,
Somebody
who
goes
was
down with an injury, he can play.
Jason Peters. I know it wasn't the regime.
I said I was just going to bring up Peters. I wish they would have brought him in last year for Braxton.
Yeah, he was 78 years old. Peters was 78 years old. They brought him in, and he did decent.
Mhm.
But it wasn't under Poles' regime, though. Like you
But
said.
also, Peters did decent on a
Who
very
was the
shitty
starting
offensive
left tackle to finish out the season for the Cowboys?
Jason Peters.
Wait, last year?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, snap! Fucking Foster, I didn't know that.
Yep.
He
Jason
came back
Peters.
out of retirement
And
again.
he did a heck of a job with the Cowboys too.
He's a fucking stud.
He saved their ass. They would have been screwed without him.
Yep.
So what this guy does every year is he goes fishing.
Yep.
And he waits and the phone rings every freaking year, and he ends up on a
Every
team
time he's
for
catching
millions of dollars.
$3
Yeah,
million,
$3 million.
somebody calls him to join his team.
Smart guy, and he's a great left tackle.
Yep.
Mhm.
Sinemi, he's currently on his boat fishing.
I don't see him signing Fluker though, Sal, unless something
Like
drastic would happen
Right.
because it's a whole new culture with youth. Whole
Yeah.
new culture coming here.
Yeah.
So it's okay, man.
I got you though. I get it.
I have a man crush on Darnell Washington, so it's okay. You can have a man
It's
crush
not,
on
it's not okay. It's not okay.
It's not okay.
It's not.
It's not.
Fucking Darnell Washington. What
Hey, guys,
the fuck,
this is
Shorty,
going on.
man?
Hey, how about those?
You tried
No,
to
you
draft
guys
him?
watch
You want to
one
draft
day.
him? You want to sign him in free agency, and you might want to rape the guy.
I'm not gonna. He would rape me before I raped him.
Either way,
If I
you
tried to
have
rape him, I would be in trouble.
Yeah, either way, flip a coin. It don't matter.
Now, see, my brother got me on with that one. You got a man crush on DJ Fluker? Only because the last time I brought that up. You ain't right. Okay, all right.
Now, you
That's
guys
okay.
have this
That's
little,
okay. I
little
swear.
mix between you
I
two,
swear,
you know?
PJ wants to sleep with Chase Young. I swear to God.
Oh, you want to rub that bad knee?
Oh.
Wait, no, a three-way
that-
with Chase Young and Monty.
Yeah, no, PJ has two man crushes: Tevin Jenkins and Chase Young.
I forgot.
Bro,
You can
Something
see
not
Still
telling
the
you,
whole
man?
night, like, oh, here he goes.
That has got to be. That's got to be a big, nice, heavy-duty bed, dude.
I'm just saying.
Lots of lube. Lots of lube.
I recognize
Yeah.
talent.
now see,
Oh gosh.
I'm quoting plane, trains, and automobiles now. They were like, "Hey, where are those? Where are your hands in between two pillows?"
Those aren't pillows.
And then
Those ain't no
how about
pillows.
those bears? How about those bears?
That dick cut, yeah. Pulls loose.
Oh, that movie was great, man.
Oh yeah, classic.
Pillows on pillows.
I have a special.
You know what? I'm
request
going to
from
use that
Sammy.
movie
I'll be right
again
back.
because this is what Poles is telling the rest of the NFL, and I'm going to use the movie again. So, how the hell do they know where we're going? Yeah.
Yeah,
They're drunk.
yeah.
Oh,
Say, there's certain players I do like.
Yeah, I could tell.
Yeah,
I'm getting on you, bro. You got me, man. You got me, man.
yeah.
Somebody getting stabbed next Thanksgiving.
You never know. I might be at his doorstep right now.
Don't answer the door.
Hey,
You guys
y'all
will
see
both
what
be
happened in
asleep.
Kansas City. Don't be knocking on no strangers' doors.
Right.
Both
First
these
thing-
guys are going to be sleeping with one eye open tonight after they get off this fucking show.
First St. Omni, in memory of Nomad, can we see the video of Nomad dancing, asking for a
Lord.
friend? I can accommodate that for you. So here you go, buddy.
That's it. Come on. Stretch both.
Here you go. That's
Cover your eyes,
St.
Cliff.
Omni.
That dude's about the same size as Tariq Cohen. I don't know about his
Doesn't he look
package,
like-
but physically.
Doesn't he look like Lamar from Revenge of the Nerds?
Yes. Going in.
That's it.
Remember when Lamar had that javelin that was bouncing up in the
For his limp-wristed throwing style.
right. He actually was kind of built like Walter Payton almost.
He was.
Yeah. If we're being honest.
Right.
Hey, all right, here's a question. Tank Dell, he's like 5'8". Deuce Vaughn or McAllister, or the dude from K-State, I believe. He's like 5'7", 160 pounds. You know, what's too small to play in the NFL at like wide receiver or running back, in your opinion?
Too small?
I don't know, but those guys are smaller than me.
Too small.
They're smaller than me, man.
Tariq Cohen was small.
And you see what happened to his career.
That was not on the field, though. Well, the first one was. But then
And then he never got back.
Right. Well, he popped his Achilles.
So he never got back.
I never wanted him either.
Right.
I didn't really. I'm not a fan of his.
I was a fan of Tariq. Yeah, I was. But too small is, I don't think he was too small, but that's borderline.
I'll say this. I think, first of all, J2K is right. Vaughn is only 5'5".
5'5".
Yeah, and as far as receiver, I think you're hard pressed to find a receiver under 5'9". I think the smallest receiver I remember was Austin, who was with the Rams and then with the Cowboys.
Tavon Austin.
Yeah, he wasn't very effective.
Yeah.
And I think, I don't think, a receiver in today's NFL, I think you have to be at least 5'10".
Who's the guy that was on Buffalo? Because he's about my smallest that I'd want. Remember, you know what I'm talking about. I can't remember him. He even just went back there last year because he'd been on the Bills for a while.
Steve
He was
Largent?
on the Rams before that.
Steve Largent.
White guy?
Steve Largent was on the Seahawks in the 70s.
Was it the white guy you talking about?
No, white dude.
Yeah, Beasley?
Yeah.
Yeah, Cole Beasley.
Yeah,
Beasley.
Yeah.
So he's probably the smallest I'd be looking at, because what is he around? 5'9", 5'10"?
The ultimate small wide receiver is Steve Smith Sr. He was 5'9".
Yeah.
And a monster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a little pit bull.
Yeah.
So 5'9" is the cutoff. But you gotta be tough. Like
very athletic.
And how much did he weigh? How many bricks was in his pocket?
Right. He probably weighed a good, I want to say about 200 at least.
Well, but
I was going to say 196, 202 numbers.
What was that? Triple R?
I mean, but under 5'8" and less than $170.
Oh no, that's not like Tariq. Yeah, that's kind of like, he was like a little kid.
I think when it comes to small running backs, I look at the kid. I mean, not the kid. The man from Philly.
Deuce Staley?
No, not Deuce. He was with Philly with Andy Reid, I believe.
Shady McCoy?
No, he was number 43.
40.
Sproles. Now,
Darius Sproles.
Darren Sproles.
Yeah, the thing about him,
Hey,
he was short, but
Right.
he was stocky.
Right.
Whereas Tariq, he was short, he
But not
wasn't all
stocky.
that stocky.
Right.
So therein lies the difference for me. I think if you're going to be short, you have to be really stocky.
Yep. Like somebody just put St. Omni just put Tyreek Hill as 5'10", but actually 5'8". But he's solid. He's strong.
Yeah. Yeah.
Guys, that kind of brings me to one of the other questions I wanted to talk to you guys about tonight, which is I'm really having a hard time with this 3-tech thing. And I know Triple R, you did bring up Atabarwe from Northwestern, AA, which could actually be the solution to this question. But the more and more I watch Kalijah Cansey, the more and more I see things in him that might be transcendent of a guy who's 6'1" and $185 or less, and with 31-inch arms, to be fair.
285, right?
Yeah. So, 285. So I can't get over the tape of him because I think that what I'm watching might be someone that I was doing a little tape recording with Swifty last night for his channel tomorrow. You can check that out on Swifty Sports Network. He's got awesome shit over there. If you guys don't know who he is, you're under a rock. He's awesome. Apologies to anyone who doesn't know who he is, but check him out. So I did like a little clip on there with him last night, a little recording for that, and I kind of talked about Kalijah Cansey and how I love everything about him, but his short arms are obviously the biggest concern. But when you look at him on tape, he gets under the pads of the offensive lineman, and he has like a serious strength to his leverage that allows him to kind of push them. And he does this awesome swim move, and he gets away from the offensive lineman, and he's like in one or two moves just past them in many plays. And Swifty brought up the excellent point, which is most offensive guards, let's say Skoronski was drafted, they're going to put him to guard because his arms are shorter, right? He's a tackle in college, a damn good one. He's a monster, but you put him at guard in the NFL, he's a serious monster, right? So in that regard, if you were to put like a defensive lineman who had short arms like Cansey, and they just took let's just say they just pissed everybody off in this draft, right? And they went JSN at 9 or whatever the hell. They traded down, got JSN, did da-da-da. And then they got Cansey in the second round or something, and the whole collective Bears world is gasping. Do you guys think it's possible, even though you look at the numbers historically, there's been no interior defensive lineman with that short of arms and his, stature that's been successful? Is it possible that this is the one transcendent player that you could look at 10 years from now and go, I was wrong about him. He should have been a first rounder. And that kind of goes to my first question to you. Like, would it matter who they drafted at 9 or wherever they got any player if he was a Hall of Famer? And if Cansey was, because of his immeasurables allowed him to fall, and he just he ended up becoming that good because he had the football mentality, he had the football instincts, he was quick enough, he was strong enough, but his short arms got him drafted too low. Would you be okay with Cansey, and how do you feel about him? And do you think it's possible he could, being moved into the guard positions where he's defending with shorter armed guys, could have helped him as a 3-tech if the Bears got him? Because I love him as a 3-tech.
There's always a first for something, Shorty.
Crickets.
And none of that would surprise me. What if the guy's sitting there at 63 or something, man?
Well,
what do you do?
You take him.
Okay, well, I'm gonna let me answer your question. The question is, how would I feel about it? Right? I don't want Clancy. That's how I feel about it. I don't want Clancy rather. I think his arms are too short, and I don't think he's big enough. Personally, I mean, if we were a team that were like in need of like some specialty players, because that's what I think he is. I think he's more of a specialty player that you can probably put in there on occasion. But I don't think we're there. I think we need some guys who can play every down. But to further answer your other question is, if he becomes a Hall of Famer, yeah, it's like I said all the time. I mean, at the time, yeah, I'm not going to like it. But if after his career is over with and we look back and say he's a Hall of Famer, yeah, I mean, of course we're going to be happy then. But the fact is, come Thursday night or Friday night, in this case, you said we get him in the second round. So from Friday night, if they calling the Bears name at 53 and they calling his name, I'm going to be like, oh man, that's how I'm going to honestly feel.
Yeah.
If I may, I mean, it's like, I look at it like this. I'm in my mind, for things to work, you got to make equations. This is like all of us going into a casino one night and Shorty saying, let's play roulette. PJ's saying, let's do some craps.
I'm saying blackjack.
Blackjack, whatever the case. You had 3 different games. It's like, well, let's play this. No, let's play this. No, let's play this. If we hit progressive on whatever we play, nobody's going to complain. Right. But if we lose our money at that table, it's like, fuck, we should have played this game. So there's always going to be that buyer's remorse until we know what happens. Mm-hmm. And so the premise of your question, we can't really answer it because we don't fucking know.
Right. There's been nobody in history that has succeeded, been a Hall of Famer or an All-Pro, I think, even at that, with those lengths and those measurables. But damn, when you look at the tape, it's like, is it just because it's college that I'm seeing that? Is that why it's so sexy to me?
Isn't it kind of like Doug Flutie?
Yeah.
I mean, he was great in college.
But he was also pretty good later on in his career.
He was okay.
Shorty.
He was okay.
I'd be okay with it because I trust polls, man. If it was one of our prior regimes, I got nothing. Yeah. But I got to say this, because there's always a first, and you can never judge heart. You can't do it, man. I wish I would have played football more, because I'm 5'8" and 1/4, 175 pounds was my playing weight, and I was a killer safety, and I was a backup halfback. And I was a good player, but everybody just kept telling me, you're too small, you'll get killed. You're too small, you'll get killed.
Did you guys have face masks back then?
Yeah, we did. They weren't leather fucking helmets.
Can't tell by your face.
Wait, what are you saying, man? What are you saying, son?
I was just wondering.
No, it's awesome. I love it. Keep fucking around.
And instead of your nose saying it's between 12 and 6, your shit going between 2 and 7.
I was gonna say, like, man, they got the Heisman Trophy, souls from him. It's all love.
You're still never gonna hit the ceiling, Triple R.
It's all love.
Aspirations, baby, aspirations.
You guys are so awesome, man. You guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight.
Man, I thank you guys for having me. Man, this is awesome.
I have a special treat for you guys.
Uh-oh.
This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun.
He's laughing before you even told
us. Get it rolling, man.
I'm just gonna do it. Okay. This is a little segment that I want to call. Okay, this is gonna be fun. I'm calling this little segment. Let's ask Shorty's mom what she thinks about the Bears.
Oh, this would be better than Shorty.
This is my mammy, guys.
Hello,
Mammy.
Hi.
Mammy, I want to know what you think about the Bears.
Why you do this to me?
Exactly.
What do I think about the Bears?
Full screen.
Oh yes. Here we go. Go ahead, Mammy. What do you think about the Bears, Mammy?
She likes them cold.
The only thing I could tell you for sure about the Bears that I've seen about them in the last season is that they all have nice asses.
Oh,
Hey now.
That's about all I could tell you about the Bears right now.
Excuse me, Mama Shorty, may I ask a question?
Yes.
How long has Dan been a pontificator of penises?
Oh, wait, say that again.
How long has our Dan been a great pontificator of penises?
He's been penis fascinated his whole life.
oh my goodness.
With my own penis.
I was just going to say, but with his own. Yeah.
Okay. Well, he's expanded his life.
Why his right arm is bigger than his left?
Well, yeah, that hand and forearm are probably a little stronger, yeah.
Mammy,
that's okay. I've been fascinated with mine for over 50 years.
You can thank this guy right here, Mammy. PJ right here. He has officially like associated me with penises for some odd. Even though he's the one that's always talking about dicks.
Oh man.
So that's more a PJ thing.
That's funny.
Much love and respect.
I wanted to kind of introduce this because I thought it'd be fun because I guarantee you by week 6, my mom's going to be like, Justin Fields had a fucking great touchdown pass last week.
Oh, I just start reading. Yeah, I will.
Yeah, you'll get into it.
Because that's the only thing I can tell you right now that, like I said, is yep.
That's why I wanted
to go over into those formations and all that stuff. Yeah, that's the only thing women think.
Wait, hold on, Mom. Come on. Tell us about what you think about how the Bears switched from a 3-4 to a 4-3 defense. Come on, break it down.
3-4 to 4-3 would be +1 or -1. So take it how you will.
Exactly. You're just +1 or -1 on the defensive line.
Crap! Now I finally understand that.
Now you get it, right?
This is the little special segment we're going to add to Bears Country Podcast. What does Shorty's mom think about the Bears? And I guarantee you by week 6, week 12, she's going to be like, man, that was a great fucking touchdown pass.
I only really, the last time I will really watch the Bears, the full season would have had to have been 85 to be honest. Watching the Fridge and watching Singletary, watching all those guys. So,
well, Mom, you guys, you and Dad didn't even watch football, and you guys got me into the '85 Bears because it overtook the entire nation, and you were watching football when you have never before or since.
Except when you played football in high school, I had to learn stuff. So just sit in the field and watch. I had to learn. So
I'm putting you to the test.
You guys watched one season of football and ruined your son.
Who had the best blood on the 85 Bears?
Or did I make him?
Yeah. Hey,
there you go.
Here I am hosting a podcast with you guys, right? This could be all on her. This is all her fault.
I'm sorry. I'm a smart aleck. I can't help it. I love these guys. I feel like I've known them too long.
Foster, I would not bring my mom on this fucking show if you couldn't speak your mind.
Much love.
Yep. I'm a 60s, 70s child, so
We're all safe.
You got it.
Mom, I love you. Thank you for doing this. I know it's got to be fun for you too.
It's crazy. All right.
Foster, are you taking the next room over?
Huh?
You want to know if Shorty's in your basement?
It's Shorty in the next room over.
No, I'm in Atlanta. She's in Chicago.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I'm in. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm Illinois.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
As the people who are not from here pronounce it.
here.
Right. They say the S on Illinois. Yep.
I'm about to surprise her for Mother's Day. Oh, shit, I just fucked up. I'm coming home. I'll see you soon, Mom.
Okay.
You're going to be a part of this segment. So get your shit together, Mom. When you come on, I want to know by week 6 what you think about the fucking Bears.
Right.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? The way he's talking to his mom, we never talk to her mom.
You'll be okay because you'll know more than Dan. All you got to do is watch a couple shows.
You know what? I have been watching on the news and like 2020, whatever, out here, all the stuff about, them taking over Arlington Park and all that. So that's the only stuff that I'm watching lately. But
all right. So, Mom, tell us what you think about the Arlington Park move.
Everybody out here says how Soldier Field is a piece of crap, falling apart, blah, blah, blah. It's doomed, but the Bears don't have the money to do what needs to be done in Arlington. So,
oh God, look at this! She's already like blossoming as she speaks. Look at it.
Because it's what's all over here. It's what's all over the news here. So,
all right, Mom, I love you. Get your stuff together. You're coming on next show. I'll probably by next time I will be in the room next to you.
There you go. Okay, I'll take it.
Threats, vicious threats.
Right.
Mom, I love you guys. Say your parting words to the lovely Mrs. Mom Shorty.
Love you too, son.
Thanks for coming on, Mom Shorty.
Thank you for your time.
Peace out.
Peace out.
Awesome.
Love you, Daddy.
I'm with her.
Guys.
Awesome. It's awesome, dude. I think it's awesome.
Shorty, let me say something real quick, man.
Sure, my friend.
As me and my brother would
crap, here goes 10 minutes.
As me and my brother would tell you, it's a blessing for you to have that relationship with your mom.
Absolutely, yes.
A blessing. I'm telling you. I'm so happy for you that you have that relationship, man. Enjoy it. Please enjoy it.
But don't be surprised she smacked the shit out of you for cursing at her.
Exactly.
Right. No, that's my mom and I talk to each other like that. That's just how we are. That's why I can have her on the show. And I'm like, man, you'd be an excellent addition to any podcast just because she has a very witty, smart ass humor. I get it from her.
Mm-hmm.
We talk to each other. We swear at each other and we have a lot of fun. So
next month you're gonna have a black eye.
The best part is she knows sports.
Yeah. And she knows tight butts.
Me and my brother can tell you, my mom knew her sports.
Yeah.
And that's a great thing, man. You could just, I remember, I'm not trying to get off track a little bit, but I remember I used to come home from work. I used to work at a retail store, and I used to come home late, and NBA, our team was the Lakers, and they'd be playing the 9:30 game. My mom would be sitting up watching the Lakers and tell me Shaq had a dunk on somebody today, or Shaq did this, and I'm like, wow, okay, let's finish watching this game together. Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome.
That really is, man. Really is.
Thank you, man.
Yep.
Yeah, my mother and I have a very special relationship. She was pregnant with me at 16.
Oh.
So she had me at 17, in high school. So
we're
not that far
together.
Yeah,
we're 60s and 70s are the years of love, man.
But she's pretty close to my age, huh?
She was born in 57. I was born in 74. So it's not. Wow. It's only that much difference. So we've been friends more than we're my wife is her mother had her at 35. So they were more their relationship was more like mine.
Mother-daughter.
Grandmother. Yeah.
Right.
But my relationship with her is amazing. So I thought it would be fucking hilarious and fun to have her on because I guarantee you guys, like I said, by week 6, by week 10, she's gonna be like, "Yeah, that pass was amazing."
So where do you when she needs her libations? Do you go to the liquor store or to the dispensary?
Oh, what happened to you?
Both.
Yeah,
your voice got weird again, though. Triple R, what happened there? But I heard you. It's both.
Man,
The
it
answer
sounded like
is both.
somebody had them.
Yeah, it's like you
You're
got.
on the tunnel.
Yeah, it's like you're in a. It's like you're in a tin box or something. We can barely hear you.
Hey, Shorty. I'm sorry, not Shorty.
That is awesome that you got that relationship, man.
You sound
it's
like
awesome because I had.
Go ahead. Finish what you were saying, Foster, and then you can go next, Sal.
I was just saying that's so awesome, and I get it. She's born into like the right generation. She's the same age as my brother. I'm 57, guys. My daughter's gonna be like 40. So do the math. But it can be a benefit. It can also be a problem. It seems like to you it was a benefit that you were that close to your mom. It's awesome, man.
Yeah,
she seems like I don't know crap. Just the way she she didn't like give me a dirty look or tell me to get lost. So she's got to be fine.
No, she is.
You said you're 57?
I'm joking around, man.
Oh,
shut up, PJ.
She was born in 57. She's 65 now. So
no, I was talking about Foster. You said you are 57?
Yeah. Yeah, I make shit up all the time with ages. I'm 39. I've been telling people I'm 39 since like 1999.
Jack Benny, right?
Man.
Yep.
James,
you got it.
James Ford says, "Shorty, you have a wonderful mother for coming on this show." Thank you, James.
Absolutely.
I agree.
She's going to become a little bit of a part of the show as we move on, just like that. And it's going to be a lot of fun. The funny part is her laugh. She's just like,
uh-oh, stop the presses.
Well, I mean, you can tell a lot, meet a person by how they react to a dick joke.
Yeah.
Retro has joined the chat.
What is up, Retro? Good to see you, my friend.
Speaking of dick jokes.
I wish I had fucking Super Chat going here. I'd take your $2.
Fuck, hey, Retro, I owe you a lot of grief. I read all the shit you wrote about me in the chat today, motherfucker.
Smoke.
What's up, Retro?
It's all good. It's all good. I love it.
The chicken
I love
show.
All you guys, man. Seriously, this is awesome. Cliff says your mom only has 4 years on me. I could be your dad. Yeah,
there's fighting words.
Uh-oh.
No, you couldn't be my dad.
Did any of you guys
knock somebody up at 13?
That's fighting words right there.
Did any of you guys see all the shit Retro wrote about all of us? Mostly me for some reason. But did you guys see all that last week or no?
Nah.
Go back to that last barroom show and look at the I'm sure you saw it, Shorty. You were probably laughing at all of it, you fucker.
The comments? Was it in the comments?
Retro's the man.
Yeah, there was a ton of them, man. I don't remember what he said. I started looking at him today or yesterday. I don't remember. And there was a bunch of crap. He was making fun of all of us, dude. It was hilarious.
That's awesome.
Told you, Retro's the man.
I like that guy.
I love Retro, yeah. He emailed me, and we've been talking on it through email, so I'm understanding him. He's a good guy, and I appreciate you, Retro. Thank you very much.
I think
everyone, be careful, Retro. Be careful.
I appreciate you all, everyone in chat, everyone here on the show. You guys, man, are what makes me do this, and I appreciate you guys, man. Every one of you. Seriously, much love. Are we out of subjects? Did I run out of shit?
Well, hell no, man. I was looking at there's a shitload in there, but let me bring one up that I've had for about 3 weeks. I wanted to talk about because we do need a cornerback. We need a slot cornerback, right, guys? Do we agree on that? Everybody, even the chat guys, right?
Yes, Quan Martin from Illinois. I like that guy.
Well, he's one of them. I was looking at guys that we can get later in the draft, and I happened to look at him like, wow, I really like these guys, and I know you know one of them. What the heck? Ja'Cory Bennett, Quinn Martin, Jaden Moss. I can't remember the other guy's name. I think is Howden. These are all guys that we could get late in the draft, and I didn't know anything about them until I started looking at some of the shit from CBS and some of the stuff Berlissimo did and somebody else, Robert. I can't even remember. So I started looking at these. CBS led me to this because it was Spielman was on CBS this morning. So he was going through all these cornerbacks and showing the film, and then I went and looked at him later. This was like 5 o'clock this morning. I saw this. For some reason I was up. And I'm looking at these guys going, wow, we could get a start. We could get the guy we need anywhere between like maybe 110 and like 230, 220. So I just thought that might be a topic because we've been talking about that since the last few games, man. Well, we got to replace Vildor. Gordon's got to be outside. He shouldn't be playing the slot. I mean, these are the conversations that we've had about the secondary continuously. Because I think even at one point I said, man, fuck it, just take Weatherspoon, and now we're done with the entire backfield. We just got to get a center, safety to replace Jackson in the next year or two. Well, but I mean, I'm not even saying that was right. I'm just saying the center, cornerback. We know about offensive line, but the center position and cornerbacks are stuff that we were talking about and we're not talking about as much until recently again. So that's all. I'm throwing that out there, man. I know J2K's got something to say about this shit. I know it.
Foster, is it okay if I take a leak?
All right, while he's going to pee,
take a leak and get something to drink, dude.
That you brought up cornerback, that brings up, that different position group. Vildor, come on, he got to go. I mean, he's a try-hard guy, but we know what he is. Rest in peace, Denny Green. But Jalen Johnson, injury prone, don't get a lot of turnovers, looking for a new contract, premium position, wants to get his money. I'm not seeing him back. We want to get young and athletic. We want hits guys. We want guys that gets turnovers. We want controllable contracts for a while. Jalen Johnson, what the fuck is Jalen Johnson, right? The cornerback.
Yes.
Yeah, Jalen Johnson. Because there's another Johnson and Jones. I'm all confused. But Jalen Johnson, he's not. I don't see him as a piece going forward for this team. So I think we're going to get at least 2 cornerbacks, one of a higher echelon, maybe like not a first rounder, but one of the top guys. I don't know where the guy Brent's, I think from K-State. I don't know where he's ranked. Because he has
cornerback's pretty deep, man. Cornerback's pretty deep.
Yeah, so we don't have to take a guy at 9.
Cornerback's deeper than I thought.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, I think therein lies the problem once again with new regimes and not wanting to sign people from their old regime. I think Jalen Johnson is worth keeping. I think polls need to be in conversation with him, trying to bring him back, because you don't let good talent walk out the door. I'm just a firm believer in that. I think, the problem with a lot of new regimes, once a new GM comes in, he want to get his guys, and he don't go trying to say or re-sign guys that's already in the building. He try to bring in other guys. Whereas, again, if you got a guy already in the building, alleviate that headache, re-sign your own guy. And yeah, I would still draft one, don't get me wrong, but I'm not trying to draft one as a priority, because I think with Gordon and Johnson, we got 2 good corners there. Vildor, he's a good backup. But as far as, with the thinking that we're not going to sign Jalen Johnson, therefore we got to draft a cornerback in the 2nd round or something, I would much rather address other needs.
All right, well, we got this too, because now I was looking at the chat as you guys are laying your stuff out. I was going to ask this too, man, because I thought Gordon should go back out to the side, but there's a couple people who, and J2K brings it up. He goes, he thinks that Gordon still can play the nickel, and I get it. He's a rookie. He needs some time to adjust to it. I just thought he played better outside on the corner, and I kind of like Blackwell, the nickel safety. I kind of like the way he played, man. But there's a lot of options, man. They even say that they're going to bring Jordan back. Cliff Victoria says that we're definitely going to draft a quarterback.
Well, I think they're going to draft a quarterback. I just don't think that they should draft one high. And me personally, because of the way I think, and I've always liked Bears drafted players. Man, I'm looking to bringing back Kyle Fuller. if he can, if I mean, getting for the cheap veteran minimum.
God damn, PJ, you and your separation anxiety.
Cheap deal. Maybe he can teach some of these guys with keen at the punch.
But I'm telling you, I mean, but if you think about it, being able to bring him back, you got a veteran who can help mentor these younger guys coming in. I mean, being Jalen Johnson. Don't get me wrong, I don't expect high production out of him. Like I said, a minimum contract, but we need a veteran, some type of veteran leadership there, because right now the veteran in the room is Jalen Johnson.
Well, you see, here's the thing with I think the older generation, not saying you old, I'm just saying older generation is more with the, well, you need that veteran leadership to show them how to be a pro, for God's sakes. But it's like, you know, that's what Robert Quinn's job was for Robinson. And it's like, all right, you know, but you're giving up that roster spot, not necessarily the money, but that roster spot for some old guy just to tell what to a player that a coach can't. And the coach is already getting paid for that. And then also on top of that, J2K brought up in the comments that Blackwell and Jones, who were UDFAs, you know, if you can find UDFAs like that, you don't want to, well, I don't want to waste a roster spot on an old guy like Fuller. Because I mean,
let me address that real quick for you.
Mm-hmm.
Once Quinn left, what was Robinson's production?
About the same before he left. I mean, there was no production when Quinn was here. I mean, the only difference was Quinn allowed Robinson to be the backup as opposed to the starter.
What I'm saying.
So, you know, he came in with fresher legs. You know, he wasn't on all four downs.
That's when
and
Robinson
then
got
when
all
he did,
his sacks.
he was able to be productive.
Robinson got all of his sacks while Quinn was here. Once Quinn left, Robinson didn't get anything.
Well, yeah, because he had to move up on that the depth chart.
But he still didn't.
So now he wasn't where he could develop.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So if you have a older guy who can mentor him, help him out, say, hey man, this is, you know, on this type of thing, you might want to do this, because that's what Jason Peters was doing with Bourne, giving him some of that veteran advice. You know,
well, Bourne ain't seen the field, so
kind of the tricks of the trade is what I'm getting at. So
well, I understand that, but I don't think that's worth the roster spot.
I think it is when if you got 6 cornerbacks and you got one of them who's this veteran in Fuller. I think that's a win-win.
I mean, but
Retro, you don't get no say.
What's he teaching him?
Say it again.
What is he bringing to the table? What's he teaching him? Is he a Hall of Famer or what?
How to film study. I mean, he can teach him that because again, Fuller excelled once he bought into Fangio's system. He's excelled in the film study part, and he said that's what helped him become that Pro Bowler, because he was in that film study. So he can teach these young guys what to look for in film and how to do the film study. Again, minimum deal. He's your 6th cornerback, and he's, to me, he can actually start a game or two if you need him to. So
why not just bring him in as an assistant coach?
Because he still can play.
How old is Fuller?
Fuller's like 31, 32. So
does he want to come in and be a mentor, or does he want to come in and play?
If he's going to be your best option, why wouldn't you play him?
Because I hope to Lord that he wouldn't be our best option.
He's better than Vildor.
And I hope to Lord he still wouldn't be our best option.
Well, Johnson is our best option.
I don't think that Vildor is actually terrible. He's not the greatest, but I think he's in the wrong scheme. And if he went somewhere else, he'd play a little better.
Right, he's too small.
I think he actually plays well in the zone.
I disagree with you on that, Foster, because I thought Vildor would be a better 4-3, zone scheme cornerback, and he didn't impress me.
I think he's more of a zone scheme like we got him in. It's just he's challenged being 5'8", 5'9", something like that.
Yeah,
he's challenged that way. But that's what I'm saying. I mean, but he's again good as a backup. He's good.
But he looked better under Nagy than
raise the standards, baby. We got to raise them standards. He's not good enough to be a backup. Or as far as where this team is going, where this team needs to go. Does Vildor start or back up on the Eagles or the Chiefs last year?
He's back up. He's a backup.
But would he have? Would he be? Look at the backups on the Eagles and the Chiefs. I don't know who the fuck they are, but I'm gonna go on the limb and say that they're still better than Vildor.
I'll put it like this: Deion Bush was a backup for the Chiefs.
Well, Deion Bush is better than Vildor.
Why did we let him go then?
I don't know. Why do we keep Vildor?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
One was a safety.
Well, my point is, I think Vildor and Bush is probably about the same level. So I don't think we're going to have superstars as our backups.
Because wasn't Thomas Graham better than Vildor?
I would have kept him too.
What about Duke Shelley?
No, he was bad.
No, we found somebody.
He was bad.
Didn't somebody take Thomas Graham though? I thought he got snagged right away.
He went to the Browns or the Bengals, one of those.
Vikings.
Shelley went to the Vikings.
Oh, that's why I'm sorry. Shelley and the Vikings and
the Raiders.
Yeah.
Guys, Sam Rush says bringing in a 31-year-old prevents us from evaluating the young long-term options. And I say to Sam, I sent you a link. Get your ass in here.
Yeah, because remember, we want to get young and athletic. We're going to leave that coaching and how to study film to the coaches. And that those roster spots are too valuable for. We got to find some gems. Now it could be a good position holder for us. Like, all right, we'll bring in a veteran this year for a 1-year deal, and then next year draft for more depth. But then that puts Fuller in the position of, well, let me go to the Bears and take this 1-year deal for whatever amount to be this coach and not play.
I think that's where we're fundamentally different. I think the fact that I find value in veteran leadership and you don't. And I mean, it's not saying that you're right and I'm wrong.
Right.
That's where we're fundamentally different. And I just think we need some type of veteran leadership in different areas in the room. What's up, Samo?
Samo.
We have a new guest to the show, Samo.
What up, my guy?
What is up, my friend?
Fellas? What's up? What's up?
What's up, Samo? Veterans or rookies? Where you stand?
Samo, hold on. First off, Samo, your beard seems to be getting better, man. That's looking good.
Yeah. I mean,
hey, PJ, I think Triple R is trying to get rid of us too.
Somebody loves me.
Keeps talking youth,
man.
No, we all know what it is with PJ. PJ's the homer, man. We already know what it is. PJ wants all the old Bears back on the squad, man. We see this every time we talk to PJ, man.
Only our drafted players.
And I love it about PJ. He loves his player. He loves old Bears players. He'll bring back fucking Urlacher and fucking Peanut and fucking Mike Brown, all of those guys.
He calls turnovers. Bring Peanut back.
Right.
Man.
Right. I mean, I know what it is.
But I would bring back Leonard Floyd.
I know you want him back.
No.
I know you want him back. Whenever there's
Tillman was my favorite for a long time, man. I love Tillman.
All for it. Me,
I always tend to agree with you, PJ, because you got me on Floyd too, you fucker.
I'm just saying. You know who I wouldn't bring back though?
Who?
Nick Kwiatkowski or whatever his name is.
Kwiatkowski. Kwiatkowski.
Yeah.
Kwiatkowski was on the Raiders.
He was decent when he was with the Bears.
Kwiatkowski.
When he was with us. Yeah, he was trash.
When he was decent.
He was no Shea McClellan.
He was a good.
No Shea.
Nobody was a Shea McClellan except for Shea McCollum.
Dude,
he got a ring with the Patriots, don't he?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey,
look what J2K says. Peanut would be a great coach. God,
isn't Peanut?
I've been saying that since the day he retired, man.
Yeah, man.
I love that guy.
FBI.
Isn't he an FBI agent?
Yes.
Yeah, he's awesome, man. You ever see any of his interviews? Go follow him on Twitter and then go check out some of the interviews he's done. He's awesome. I love Peanut.
Did you guys see the Bears? Did you guys see the Bears video where they faked him out with the hot wing challenge? They were like, "We got these wings from Jewel or whatever," and he was like, "Yeah." And they put all these different hot wing challenge hot sauces on them.
But you know something that's cool that peanut is that every week on every game, every announcing crew says peanut punch when a DB does the peanut punch.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That equals Hall of Famer to me. Hall of Famer to me.
He should have trademarked that, man.
Exactly.
Peanuts for the Hall of Fame.
He get some royalties or something for this right now, like from the league.
Why don't these young players learn that punch?
Say again?
Why don't these young players learn that peanut punch?
They don't have a veteran.
That's the point.
Man.
No, they're
I mean,
teaching
I
players
think
now.
they are.
Yeah, they are.
Not our Bears.
No, they are. Peanut came in to the team.
Brisker was doing it. Gordon was
he
doing
tried
it.
to teach him.
Okay.
Yeah, he came in and
Peanut
tried
had
to teach the team that punch.
a full day or two with the Bears, and he went
or
over the
two.
whole peanut punch thing with them, and man, it was
they was doing it.
A day or two
Brisker now, man.
instead of a training camp or season. Okay,
Preach, brother.
Hey man, he's out here trying to fight crime and not get defunded. He ain't got time to be teaching his signature moves.
For the right price, he will be.
Hey, Samo.
Hey, $15 an hour. That's what they offered Olin.
Hey, Samo, that's my little brother, Sellis, man.
Fellas, what's going on, brother?
How you doing, Samo?
Salute to you.
But let me say this, though.
Fellow Bear fan, bear down, baby.
Absolutely.
So let me say this, though. If we had a veteran like Peanut, not Peanut himself, because again, he's too old in my eyes.
As a
but that's
coach,
what I'm saying. So if you had the veterans like that, you can help those younger guys. It's the point I'm making.
Yeah, we do need some veteran leadership. I do agree with you, especially at certain positions. And you know what position really needs veteran leadership right now to me is the defensive line.
Yes, if they went out and got, I never liked Jadeveon Clowney when he was coming out in the draft. I wasn't a fan of his, but he's that kind of player now that if you could put him on the defensive line, and he'd be a great veteran presence.
I like what.
Are you sure?
Why do you say that, though?
I like the guys that Poles has brought into the defensive line.
Well,
they actually have some experience. They have some experience, and they're young. I mean, how old's Billings? 27?
26.
How old is DeMarcus? 26?
25.
They've got some experience, and they're still kind of young. So I think that's a positive for there. I mean,
reason why I say Clowney, I'm against Clowney because I like Clowney once upon a time, but being through too many teams and not really having a really great year or a good enough year for me, I don't know what he would bring in, honestly. I mean, it's not like he's been with the Bears all this time and he can offer some type of leadership with the organization. He's been with, 5 different teams or whatever it's been. And it's like you came out as the number 1 player in the draft and you actually kind of underperformed. I mean, if we're being honest, you kind of underperformed.
I never thought he was worth the first pick in the draft ever. I never liked him, but
I thought he was pretty awesome. But that's what I'm saying. But when you look at his stats, I think the best stats he ever had was a 9-sack season once. Right. And so he's never been that, an overachiever. So is that?
But listen, PJ, those are the kind of guys that make good coaches. If you look at history, it's not the great players that make good coaches. It's the players that, it's like the Cubs head coach now.
Mm-hmm.
He was just a catcher, a decent catcher for a while, right?
Wasn't that what all of the Lions coaching staff are former players?
Yeah.
Right.
But
former players, but not great ones. They weren't like Michael Jordan he would never make a good head coach. He didn't even make a good owner, right?
You can't teach what he does.
Right, exactly. It becomes annoying to someone that great. You're like, I can't do it. But when it comes to someone that is on the cusp or about to or could, that kind of person becomes a good coach because they can instill that same energy and it doesn't come naturally to them. They're still striving for it themselves.
I disagree
also because normally the good coaches like that are mediocre players or not good players.
That's what I'm saying. They are Michael Jordan, Larry Bird. If you made Larry Bird wasn't a good head coach. Michael Jordan sucked at being any kind of.
The point I'm making is Clowney isn't good. It's mediocre because he didn't put in the work.
Right.
Whereas he was ultra talented. He should have been like a 15-a-year sack guy. That's
But PJ,
how
you know that
talented
when
he
you
was.
get older, you start to learn from your experiences, right?
Well,
And you go,
but the
"Oh,
point I'm making,
I know that I did that wrong. I can maybe help someone." And that I think that's where the drive comes from, is what I'm
the
saying.
point I'm making though is like the ones who are average athletically, but has that drive. Those are the ones who make better coaches because they have that drive and try to get that drive out of the more talented players. The
Well,
ones who are
that's
They
where the expression
understand the
"those that
game better.
can't do teach."
Yeah.
right. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, so for Clowney, if coming out of that draft, remember Clowney was drafted before Khalil Mack, but Khalil Mack outperformed him. So Clowney to me is an underachiever. So I wouldn't want necessarily his presence because I'm like, dude, you're an underachiever. Give me a guy who is an overachiever, and I'd rather learn from him.
When I think of
Understandable. I get
Clowney,
it.
I think of one play
Against Michigan.
against Michigan, my squad, right?
Against
That's
Michigan,
the only thing you can think of when you think about Clowney. When he made that hit, knocked the boy helmet off and recovered the fumble, that's it. He hasn't done nothing in the league, really. Nothing.
Nope.
I remember they were touting him saying he was going to be the greatest NFL player ever. You know, they overhyped him. I think it's not his fault he got overhyped either, though.
Right.
I mean, and then he was just a talented player that, like PJ said, didn't work hard. You know, and you know, hard work gonna beat talent.
Exactly.
Whenever talent don't work hard,
Jalen
and
Carter.
he didn't work hard.
I got a question, and I'm trying not to forget it because it's a different subject, kind of. Sel, you're a Michigan guy. Do we want the kicker Moody as a late round pick and get rid of Santos?
No. I wouldn't want that.
Why not?
Santos is proven.
Okay.
That's it.
Well, as a Michigan guy, how is Moody as a kicker?
Decent, but Santos is a proven veteran.
Okay, all right. Well, that's not answering my question.
You asked me, did I want him?
Okay, well, I'm asking you about Moody. I mean, because he can kick 59. Has he been reliable? Is he a good kid on the team? As a Michigan guy, I'm asking you, like, your thoughts on the kicker Moody. And then the second question was,
but I would rather have Santos because he's there right now. You never know with college kickers when they transfer to the NFL.
Well, that could be about any position.
True, but we talk
I'm
about.
asking you, what Moody is he?
Marcellus, would you bring? Would it be okay if you brought Moody in for competition to Santos to maybe take the position?
Absolutely. Yeah, bring him in. Yeah, absolutely.
But was Moody reliable at Michigan?
Right.
With 50-plus yard kicks.
About 50-50.
Yeah,
so I mean, would you say he's a good kicker, Moody, or a bad kicker?
I would say he's a good kicker, but not a great kicker.
If he's saying 50-50, he's saying he sucks.
No, with 50 yards, like
no
50 yards.
He does not like.
So can I throw this in there? I watched a bunch of Moody's kicks, and some of those kicks he made in that wind in Michigan, you know, some he missed, but he's a young kicker. I mean, I know he's a little older, but I saw some of those kicks he made into the wind, 50-plus yards. I like the guy, but I probably haven't seen enough. But again, I'd be okay too with bringing him in for a challenge here. This team's all about competition with polls.
Right.
You bring somebody in for competition and they do better, then you put that man on the field.
I'm asking, does he have a strong leg?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, 59 yards. It was his long 59.
59. Okay.
Santos can't break 50.
No,
he's got a better range than Santo by far. I'll stop there.
But how consistent is he with that long range?
To answer your question, I'm a backtrack. Bring him in. Competition. May the best man win.
You changed my mind, guys.
Yeah, bring the best.
But
may the best man win.
It's okay to have hindsight. That's the truth, though, right?
Yeah.
Fucking right. Cool.
Well, because I say that because we've seen what Santos is. How many times did he cost us points by missing a goddamn extra point?
That was
And
this
then-
year.
Here's the problem with Santos.
And then his distance isn't that reliable.
We know exactly what Santos is. If it's over 38, we got to be careful.
Listen, Santos was
Look
on
at
the
his
team.
numbers.
Santos was on the team with John Fox, and he couldn't even fucking pronounce his name right. He called him like he totally botched his name, and then
Carlos Santana.
you end up with this guy who now comes back, and then we're all like, okay, whatever. He made the team, and then boom, he has this historic streak of not missing any field goals, right? And then what happens? I think I have it. Oh,
To answer
I
St.
used to have a little
Nomi's
video clip for any time that I said the word Nagy, but
The sound was
I
good.
lost it. Nagy fucking said, we're going to put this guy in for a 65-yard kick when we know he can't make a 60-yarder. And boom, it ends his entire streak. And from that point on, now the guy can make every field goal, but he misses half of his goddamn point after attempts. So for me, I'm with whoever wants to get rid of Santos. If we drafted Moody, I would love it, because it's, for me, he's a head case guy. He had it in his head where he was on a streak, and it got ruined by Nagy because he put him in where he knew he couldn't make that kick, and then from that point on, his psyche got affected, and then he started missing extra point attempts, and that became a thing within his own head. It's like like when you're golfing, that's what a kicker is. He's a golfer. He's doing nothing but thinking about teeing off the ball.
He got the yips.
Yeah.
The cat's behind you, Dan.
You're the only person playing in that game right now as a kicker, just like you are when you're golfing. So you're playing against yourself more than you are anything else. And it got into his head. And so for that, I say no. I would love to draft a kicker, even if it was Moody, just to give it another chance.
Yep.
To answer
Hell, I'll bring in a UDFA even if we can't draft one.
To answer St. Nomi's question in the chat about between Sellers and I am the older brother. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, and I'm not married to
They weren't paying attention, PJ, because we all knew that when you said you're little but not little brother.
Right. That kind of gave it away.
Fuck,
but
I heard it.
I'm not married to Moody. It's just I haven't heard any draft guy or any mock talk about any of the kickers. No. And so I just figured he was like the top guy coming out.
Yeah.
PJ,
don't
I had seen him mocked going in the 6th round to other teams already in the last month.
Who's the next best kicker, or is he the best? Like, what's the kicker competition?
There's 4 or 5 guys. I can't remember the names. He was at the top of the list. So that's why, like I said, there were some mocks where people drafted Moody in the late 6th round, dude.
Yep.
So he might not even be able to draft them. You don't know. We don't know.
He might be
unless we take him early.
I mean, but it's such a crucial position, because if your offense moves to the 35-yard line, now you got a guy that can come in and get you 3 points. You know, after every time you put up 6, you need that 7. That guy does that. How is that position so undervalued?
That's why I'm not opposed to bringing back Robbie. Now, that's the one that PJ should be pounding the table for right there. Like, we need Robbie Gold back, man. I think he's proven that he can kick in the Chicago elements all year round, and that dude is automatic, man. We need him back badly.
What's his distance like?
Yeah, that's what I wonder about.
I said no on him like 2 weeks ago, and I still say that, but I'll say this: Have you guys heard me say PGT yet? PGT?
What's that?
No.
Pole's got this. He's gonna figure this out. Pole's got this. I've been saying it for like 3 weeks, man. I think even Swifty stole it. PGT, boys, PGT.
I believe it.
So I think he's got it though, dude. And I'm not opposed now that I'm looking back on it to bringing Robbie back. If he's gonna be the best fucking option, bring him back, because we want the best option we want the best guy at every position. I said it before. I agree with the fucking water boy. I want the best water boy in America. Adam Sandler.
I agree with that triple R.
Say that, Foster, say that one more time so I can make a short out of this.
What the hell did I say?
PGT. Say it again.
PGT, boys, PGT.
What does that mean, Foster?
Motherfuckers.
What does that mean, Foster?
Polls got this. Polls got this.
In
You got it?
we trust.
I think
In fucking polls, we all trust.
Triple R has a point as far as
In polls, we trust.
How far his leg is now. I mean, how far can he kick? That's the only thing I warned about Robbie. How far can he kick? I mean, is his leg still strong enough? Yeah, because I agree with Samuel. I think probably 50 and under, he's probably solid. But how strong is his leg these days? I wonder.
True.
I know it, but man, Robbie Gold does kind of sound like a fantasy, doesn't it? Doesn't Squeegee says, "What about Robbie Gold?" It's like it would be nice, wouldn't it?
He's a free agent.
Hey, did I tell you guys, Shorty? I didn't tell you this. I hounded Robbie Gold every day for a week. I was sending him tweets to come on the show.
Yeah, really?
Did anybody see it? Did you see any of those, Shorty?
No, I did not.
What did you say?
I gotta pull some of the shit I did up because I've been doing really stupid shit because I just don't care.
Well,
but I sent him a message, and I told him I don't want him back in Chicago, and then I asked him to come on the mic night. Like I did it for like a fucking week. They ignore me.
Smooth, Foster.
But I'll keep doing it. I'll send the thing, man. We'll put it up there because now.
That'll get him to come on.
We all should demand. We should demand that Robbie Gold come on and tell us why he should come back to Chicago to be our kicker, and we want to know what the shit he said on some of those fucking tweets about the Bears was. We want all the answers, and we want it back, but only if he comes on this fucking show.
He ain't coming. Thanks, Foster.
What I love about you, Foster, is like you're like me when I had no idea how to use Twitter, and Jordan Silvera actually taught me how to use Twitter, and I was like, oh, okay, that makes a little bit more sense. And you're like me, and just like, and I love how you're doing it because it's like completely chaotic, but it might work one day.
Hey, have any of you guys have any of you guys sat and talked to Braggs? You know the guy, what's his name, the bricklayer?
Brick by brick.
Oh, that.
Yeah, but have you talked to him in a chat? Personally, like I'm talking to you guys, or no?
On Twitter, I have, yeah.
No, like this, not on a podcast, just like we're talking now, because I have.
Never.
I got to find that because I gave him shit about his region comment. I was being an asshole. I told you some of this, didn't I, Shorty?
Was it on TTNL? Was it on TTNL?
No. I talked to him on a tweet podcast. There were 7 or 8 of us. Because when I got on it, they were going to throw me out.
Yes.
They were like, oh, throw this guy out. And then this one dude, Ian, goes, leave that fucker here because that guy's cool. He said whatever he said. So I sat there for 15 minutes listening to Braggs talk. And finally, they gave me a microphone. And I said, what's this fucking crap with you live in the region, dude? You live in fucking Indiana. So I thought for sure they were going to throw me out. But I sat there and I said, listen. When I was a kid, you were in Indiana. It had nothing to do with Chicago. There is no fucking region. Basically, now you're a suburb of Chicago. And you know what he said? Oh, yeah, well, I guess you're right. That's on tape on a tweet. I could probably find it on a tweet thing, dude. I'm not sure I said everything right, but it's basically what I said because they all got mad and wanted to toss me from the podcast.
Well, just because you're a fucker don't mean you're wrong.
Right.
I mean, if
and Retro, nobody's talking bad about Greg Braggs, man.
I'm just saying, if you want,
not at all. Not at all. I like the guy more now than I did before.
Yeah.
If you want somebody to join your show, I think you have to kind of.
I like Greg Braggs, dude.
He's still laying bricks and he's working for CHGO. Fucking good for him, man.
People. Fuck, dude. He's got all that time, and he might as well take everything he can get now while he can still do it. He's young enough.
But also check it out. His mom be in their chat over there at CHGO.
Yeah, I don't watch. I've been kind of bogus. I'll catch little bits and pieces, man. I kind of like follow us more than anything else. Don't ask me why.
He's got his mom on there too, so he stole my idea for him.
Well, no, she's only in the chat. She hasn't been on the show, and I don't think they're gonna be happy.
Yeah, I don't think she's been on it. She's in the chat all the time.
Yeah,
I honestly did not know that. This whole thing with my mom coming on tonight was just something I thought would be fun and hilarious.
No, it is. And
I think it's awesome, dude. I think it's great. I think it's, you gotta, as long as she's capable and willing, Do it. Keep doing it.
Oh God,
My opinion.
Yeah, she'll be even a lot more fun when she gets on. When she gets used to it.
Yeah, fucking Shorty's gonna go over there for fucking Mother's Day and drug her up and put her on the show.
Oh, real quick, I just could jump back in from a potty break. But Robbie Gold, no.
Was it poo poo or potty?
Marcellus, that's TMI, brother. We don't need that.
I had to drain the main vein. All right. Anyway, Robbie Gold, no. He's 40 years old. No.
What if he's more
too old, huh? Too old for you.
Santos.
I'm gonna tweet Robbie Gold tomorrow and tell him you said that on the fucking air.
35. Santos is up there too.
I'm just saying, if he's more consistent than Santos, you wouldn't want it.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, here was one of the tweets I sent him.
Is it gonna be
making that?
Here's a tweet that I sent.
That's the question. Whether or not he's cheaper.
Wait, let me tell you the tweet before I forget. It was. I told everybody live on air that I didn't want you back in Chicago, but if there's any way possible you could pull a George Blanda, then I would want you back in the team, and I want you to come and tell us why you should be back on the team, and if there was anything derogatory that you said about the Bears, come on our show and live and do it. And I invited him like 3 weeks in a row. So that was the one that might have pissed him off.
Well, let me just say this. I don't think he's going to come with an invitation like that. That's just my opinion.
I would agree.
Well, I don't think he's going to come. Not with an invitation like that.
I would agree.
I tried to be nice.
It's the will that counts. You guys, what do you think about next week now? So I'm not trying to I kind of worked all you guys out with the Ballroom on Saturday to be on what is now their open mic, and there's no hard feelings. If you want to do that, I would understand.
It's Saturday night, you said?
All day Saturday. I was going to run it on the Ballroom with the open mic night thing.
Oh, Saturday, okay.
Yeah, for the draft. But
okay.
Yeah. So for the draft, I'm on BCP. I'm going to be doing it all 3 days. So I would love to give you and anyone here from chat that would like to be a part of that. Just you can email us down there at BearsCountryPodcast@gmail.com, and I'll send you a link, and you can join the show all 3 days of the draft. And I would love it if I could send you links and you would come in and out at your will, stay as long as you like, and be a part of every night on BCP of the draft. You're invited.
BCP.
BCP.
I'm with it, baby. I'm with it. Let's do it.
Man, we got to get the. I have to do the. You just reminded me that I have to do the Chris Watts promotion because I started the GoFundMe for Chris Watts, and we have to get him here. And we love this music, right, PJ?
Man, I love that beat. I love that beat.
Something else. Let's see what happens here.
Check out this
Chris
beat,
Watts, GoFundMe. Check it out. Please donate to the Chris Watts GoFundMe account. We're trying to get him here to the Bears game. Everyone who has donated, thank you very much, man. He's awesome. It'd be awesome to get him here from Yorkshire, England, to a Bears game, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Ike.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, that'd be pretty fucking cool. Yeah,
Ike.
Ike, baby, Ike.
So, guys, you have the extended invitation to come on BCP all 3 nights of the draft, and I'll send you a link if you would like. I would love that. And you can hop in and out at your will. Anyone can, with the email that's on the screen there. And we'll have you in and out of the show. If you want to stay on the show, you can. If you want to leave the show and go somewhere else, go watch something else, come back. Oh my God, the Bears just drafted this or traded that or did this or did that. If you want to remain on the show, you're welcome to. We can support 10 people. So,
Shorty, you know I'm down with you.
Down with you too, bro. Hey, I'd say we do a BCP mock. We got to do a BCP mock draft though before.
Oh, okay.
Our final mock.
Me and Chris, what? Chris?
No trades.
No. Oh,
me and Chris are in it. Chris has got something to say to everybody, man. You guys ready?
Yeah. What does Chris have to say?
What the hell?
What'd you say, Sam?
Yeah, I fucked that up.
Fuck you, Foster.
I know. No, I said I fucked up. I had it set and screwed it up.
What'd you
All
say,
right,
Foster? I mean, Foster. Same old.
It's on mute now. You're done. You're done. You lost your chance. What's
No, I
up,
was
PJ?
saying
What
2
were you gonna
trades
say?
maximum.
Two trades?
maximum.
Okay, I got you.
2 trades maximum.
Trade
PJ, I've traded 30 times. We'll be here all night.
But you know what, though? Isn't that what polls do, though?
57 picks.
But is that what polls do, though?
And thank God nobody's saying pace anymore,
Hey.
right? We're
Well,
finally.
no, here's how you do it.
We're now saying polls again. For
Yeah.
finally.
Yeah.
Whatever
Finally.
episode that you have the mock draft on, everybody, does it, but on a clock, so it keeps moving. So everybody gets their own mock.
So you guys want to do that next Wednesday, and then Thursday we'll do the draft?
Yeah, let's do that. Yep, that gives
Because
you one day.
I was planning on
We'll have
doing the
all
draft
day.
all day Thursday, Friday, and then all day Saturday. Each night Thursday and Friday, and then all day Saturday on BCP. And I'll give you guys a link. Anyone can come in and out. Anyone here, Retro, St. Omni, any one of you guys, right there. Look below. BearsCountryPodcast@gmail.com. Just email, and if you would like, you can come in and out.
So,
that was a fucking great pick. That was a terrible trade. Whatever the fuck.
So how
Or
many?
stay as long as you want.
How many trades you think Pole's going to do?
Oh, jeez. If I had to guess,
Yeah, and let's make it based on what we think the Bears are going to do, not what we want to happen. Let's make it.
Hey, so far, Poles is doing what I
Poles
want.
did one already.
You know what I mean? We just
One
want to see what we
already.
hit. Let's see what we hit.
How many
I'm just
more?
saying, if we're limiting to 2 trades, which I agree with, first of all, but if I'm being more like Poles, I got about 5 more trades coming.
that's what I'm saying. Yes.
I say 4 or 5 trades myself, man.
By the way,
Total.
Retro says, "You done with BCP? You know me." I literally thought of that myself. I've been like, sometimes I walked around my house talking about it, like saying that, like, "You done with BCP? Yeah, you know me." How can I work that into something?
You got to find a
Thank
beat.
you, Retro, for like.
You gotta-
I'll figure that out, dude. Just give me a minute.
No.
It did come to mind
No.
to me before, so good
Also,
minds think alike. Thank
We
you.
don't want you to come up with the beat, bro. No.
Oh, no
Buster?
beat. Just lyrics.
I'll
Just
give you a-
lyrics,
Come up
dude.
with is the beat.
Oh, well, then you don't even want me fucking around.
No. I want you to come up with some words. I don't want you to come up with no
I
beat.
said lyrics.
Yeah, I said,
No
yeah,
beat. I do lyrics. I don't do fucking beats, man.
we need somebody to come up with a beat.
But Shorty,
I
Shorty,
can do
drop a
that.
beat.
Dude, I can do that. I can't drop a beat right now, but I have I use Soundtrap. If you guys haven't used it, it's awesome. I
think
what I can do is
I think Shorty's just fucking kidding himself that he can come up with a beat, but we'll see.
I can create a channel of a series of beats.
Get out, OPP. I'm sorry.
And send you
Get out,
guys a link.
BPP.
Yeah. You down with
Well,
BCP? Yeah, you know me.
There
Well,
you
you
go.
know, Sellers
Hey man,
is the
Naughty
DJ.
by Nature Trash, he stabbed people, so watch your back.
How does that go? I've done PCP.
Yeah, you know
What?
you.
I'm on PCP. You know me.
Damn right you are right now.
You say you got a PP.
Yeah, but I said P. I can't
you got a
read or write or
PPP.
some shit.
Yeah,
I'm
you
just saying.
know you.
Sellers is the DJ though. That
Man,
guy over there. He's the
I
DJ.
tried to talk to you guys about like ending a show where we all like beatbox some shit, and we tried it out before the show and it didn't work. But
Yeah,
that
but
was
we done
fun.
had the
Did you say
BCP premise to work
beatbox?
with.
Whoa.
So you got to work on
Hold
that
on.
backstage.
Okay, wait, Sel, you weren't a part of that. Neither were you, PJ or Sam. So Triple R was like, no, fuck that. PJ tried, but he was like, I think Foster could do this. But Sam and Sel, what about if we tried to end every show with like a freestyle beatbox?
No,
Let's just say I go like this.
You know
guys
what
add to it.
BCP?
Yeah.
I don't know how to beatbox. I just used to listen to him. I don't know how to
Wait,
beatbox.
how does you down with BCP go? You down with BCP? You're like this way.
You down with BCP? Yeah,
Yeah, you know me.
You guys.
You don't need lyrics. All you need is a chorus.
You down with BCP?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you know me.
I'm just saying.
I gotta take out P.
Yeah, you know me.
Sale is the DJ.
Who?
Sale. He's the DJ.
Oh.
Well,
Yeah, you know me.
Let Sale work. You got to work that out with Sale, man, Shorty.
I got some lyrics. I got some lyrics I'm working on already, dude.
No.
Seriously.
Sel, you see the email down there, Sel?
Yes.
Send me an email, buddy.
All
Wait, actually,
right.
send you one, so I have your email. Never mind, we're good.
Yeah, and I want to join that the draft thing also.
Oh
Man,
dude, send me an email, but I already got your fucking address.
I would absolutely love to have you guys on. Oh, look, Mammy's here. Finally figured this chat thing out. Thanks for the warm welcome, guys. See you next time, and I'll be thinking about the 3-4-4-3 thing.
Your mom is awesome. I'm telling you, your mom.
So will I, Mammy, just not probably the same way you're gonna.
Man, she is awesome. Because out of respect for your mom, I will say certain jokes. So, man,
Right.
your mom is awesome.
Right.
I'm sure she's heard him.
Man,
I know, but
Sorry,
I
Mammy. I'm treating you
But
like
she won't
I'm
hear
friend
him
forever.
guys,
Exactly.
I would not bring my Mammy on here if she wasn't,
Oh.
If she
the
wasn't
quality
cool.
of this show. Yeah, she can handle all the shit.
Oh, trust me. I know she can, but because of my affection for mothers, I would never say it. Trust me.
Listen, that's why I love you, bro.
Man.
Thank you.
Did you just say your affection for mothers?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that is. That's exactly what he said.
It's better to have an affection for daddies.
I know.
PJ's affection for mothers is like Shorty's affection for penises.
Oh,
Which is kind of like PJ's affection for penises. It's like a full
Penis
circle.
deflection going on.
It's like
over
mother's to penis and then penis to mother. It's like weird. Guys, we have questions here from chat that I would like to get through before we end the show.
All right. Let's do
Cliff
it.
was asking, and so I have a countdown here. We can do this. I'll give you guys a 30-second countdown to answer this. So here's the question. And I'm going to go with you here. I'm going to go with you, Foster, first. Would you guys take someone like JSN at 9 or 12, whatever, and get a lineman in the second or third? Here's your timer.
Who's first?
Oh, sorry.
No, I wouldn't take someone like JSN at 9. I would trade back and get my defensive lineman or an offensive lineman later in the first round or early second. Boom.
Okay, good to go. Sam, would you take someone like JSN at 9 or 12 or whatever and get a lineman in the second or third round? Go.
He's fucking with me or he's dead.
I'm just going to echo what Foster just said. I'm trading down, getting value, getting extra picks. I can get a wide receiver later in the draft. JSN is not going to be a starter for this team right away. So that's a wasted pick for me if we pick him up right now. Could he be a star? Yeah, maybe later for someone else. But not for us right now.
And going to you, PJ, you are up.
I would trade down, but I would not take JSN in the first round. I would pick an offensive lineman because I think offensive lineman is more needed than what a receiver is. I would draft a receiver probably in like the fourth round if one's good enough, meet my value chart in the like fourth round. I would do that, but no to JSN at 9.
Okay. I'm going to lose this one. Okay. You're up, Triple R.
Based on JSN, I would not take him at all because of his inability to be on the field during the last season, whether it be his bad hammy or commitment or being an asshole. I don't know. But I think there are other wide receivers that would be better value. And at that position, you got to milk it more for better picks and just identify the talent later. I don't see anybody worth that pick for this team.
Whoa, Sell, you are up, buddy.
Would I take JSN at number 9? No. I would trade down and get more picks. And the name of this song is
hold on a second. Who's playing the background?
No.
Hell to the no.
Hell to the
no. I would trade down and get more picks and get an offensive line first. Sorry.
Okay. So now it's me. Would you guys take someone like JSN at 9 or 12 or whatever and get a lineman in the second or third?
Timer.
I would not take JSN at 9, but if they traded down with like the Steelers and got 17 and hopefully 32 back, I would take him at 17 for sure and not look back, because I think we could get someone on both lines that could help this team. Oh, it was fun. God damn it. My mic's on the wrong side, so I keep hitting it with my right hand. I apologize.
But going to back what you said earlier, quantity instead of quality, right?
Right.
So
that's what I'm thinking, right.
But wait, so you get JSN at 17 and try to get 32 back?
Yep.
And get more picks after that too?
Yep. I would love a 2025. People are like, we need more picks in this draft and blah, blah, blah. I would love a 2025 if it was possible. Wouldn't it be great to be like, to root for two teams for the next 2 years? We get to root for the Panthers next year to lose, and we get to root for our Bears to win. So if we go the next year and we trade again with some other team and we get to hope for them to lose, we could end up with the fucking first pick next year, guys.
Well,
we don't know that. It could be the first pick.
It's good to pontificate on that, but let me help you out for a second, Shorty.
That's a new word.
When you say
it's my word.
When you say quantity over quality, people are hearing we're taking less talented players and just a lot more of them. Whereas it's better. I understand you're saying you're taking talented quality players, just not in the top, just in the area. But when you hear quantity over quality, that means we're sacrificing top talent just for numbers of guys.
Correct. I agree. That would make one think that. But when you do that, if you have that strategy, the end result could be, like I said before, all of a sudden you got more quality over quantity, because the more players that you add, the more hits you're going to have as far as a player that could be. I'm ruling out Pro Bowlers anymore because there's not a Pro Bowl anymore, but all pro players, which really is what matters. The more all pro players that you can draft, it doesn't really matter. So the more quality that you add to it, the more quantity you add to that, the more players you have hits on and chances on hits or misses. So if you only have 5 players in a draft as opposed to 15, the more players you have, you're going to have more chances on hits for
I get you.
Quality, right?
Yeah. So my point or argument to that would be is this:
percentages.
While we're rebuilding, I don't mind getting a bunch of quantity, but because we're on basically 3 more years left of Fields' rookie contract before he gets this $50 million a year or whatever to be by that time, we need to, at some point, stop trying to get quantity and get quality before we can try to reach a Super Bowl on his rookie contract with some quality players.
I think
that'll be next year, PJ.
You're not sacrificing quality, really, though. When you're adding quantity, I don't think you really have to sacrifice quality as long as you are evaluating the team or evaluating the players properly, and that's what you have to trust, your evaluation. So if we trust that Poles is a good talent evaluator and that he got people around him, he got Ian Cunningham and the rest of the scouting staff out evaluating players that fit our system. They don't have to be top guys, but these guys definitely fit exactly what we want them to do. And we know that they can probably produce better on our team at a pro level once they're coached up than they probably produced in college. Those are the type of players that I think they're going to be looking for in this draft when they're trading back. And that's how we ended up with Braxton Jones in that situation.
I agree with that part. But the point I'm making, though, is come next year, because I still think we're in a rebuilding mode. But come next year, if we got a Will Anderson, we got a Will Anderson who's top defensive end, but we want to pass on him just before we can get a Miles Murphy and a BJ Ojorali or whatever later on. Right. I'd rather go with let me get the quality now because we're closer. But right now, yes, I agree with you. Yeah, okay, we can get more quantity. I agree with that.
Well, like what Leo Becker says here, I would trade down and load up with guys like DeJuan Jones, Tuli Poto, best player with the third. So that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, so all of a sudden you build this quantity of players, and you're like, holy shit, I actually have this. Look what I have here.
Yep, we build our core.
Mm-hmm.
What if he did this? I did a mock like this, guys. I traded completely out of the first round, and my first pick was 32. And I took 17 and traded it back. I took 17 and traded it back twice more. Then took 103 and 133 or whatever it was, and I traded up. I had like 7 picks between 32 and like 71. Never will happen, but wouldn't that be nice?
It's fun, though, to do it. Not 6 months before the draft, but it's fun to do it now.
I told you there's a problem with me, right? So just be quiet and go with it.
What's this, Sal?
He's been drinking too much tonight.
Who, me?
No.
Now, Foster's not a drinker. He's
clean.
I don't drink.
Sorry.
I don't need it. I'm already messed up enough.
Many headbutts against the wall for Foster.
Playing without that face mask, I tell you.
Hey, because what? Justin Fields has 2 more years before he's looking at a Jalen Hurts kind of contract?
Yep.
Is it 3?
Well, it's a 5-year contract, so
I think it's 2 because he's already been in the league 2 years. It's only a 4-year deal.
2 more.
Speaking of 2, Marcellus. Speaking of 2, PJ's 2 years older than me.
It's 2 years, but it's that you get that 5th year option, which is now what makes it.
But I don't think they're gonna give him that Jalen Hurts contract because he hasn't taken them to the playoffs or the Super Bowl.
You don't get
Hurts did. So Hurts he capitalized at the right time. Hurts did.
All right,
so
guys.
Unless Fields do that within the 2 or 3 years, he's not getting that type of deal.
I disagree because
I don't know if he's going to get that deal anyways because they don't have the money for the stadium. There's going to be a real problem when he gets to year 6 here, guys. I haven't said anything about it, but there's going to be a problem when it gets to that year.
The Bears going to come up with money for that stadium.
Daniel Jones sells.
Huh?
Daniel Jones.
Oh, okay. That's like what? A 5-year, $160 million?
4-year, wasn't it?
Okay, was a 4-year, $160 million?
That's overpaid like a motherfucker.
But that's what I'm saying. Quarterbacks going to get paid. Period.
Right.
They're going to get
paid. Not like Hurts numbers. I'm saying.
Well, if Fields do like I expect him to do, even if he doesn't make it to the Super Bowl, just make us into the playoffs, he's going to get paid.
Oh, I agree.
He's going to get paid.
I agree.
And it's going to be close to $50 million. because every year the next guy up makes more. That's how they do it every year.
Okay.
So he's going to get paid.
Retro says in 2 years, Fields will be the highest player in the NFL history. Nope. Draft his successor now. I would say
no.
If you were going to draft his successor, it would be next year because we have 2 first-round picks, and they could both be very high. One could be the first pick in the draft if the Panthers are that bad. We could be looking at that USC quarterback.
He's not a leader.
I don't know.
What's
But
wrong with Fields?
no matter what happens, there's an insurance policy no matter how you
whoever the quarterback is.
Right.
Caleb Williams is not a leader.
You see, they got a new coach, man. Maybe that can be coached out of him, man, and leadership could be pushed into him. That's who I think that's Arizona Cardinals coach from last year. I think that he's coaching them now.
No, he's in Thailand, ain't he? In Bangkok or some shit, banging.
He came back and got a job. Yeah, he went to Bangkok and did this dude, I guess.
He had to get his mind right.
Got his mind right. Now he's back. Yeah, he got a job at, I want to say USC.
Yeah.
I think he's the head coach of USC now. So we'll see how that plays out.
Well, I don't know how much he made Kyler Murray a leader.
Man, Kyler Murray playing Call of Duty and shit, eating Doritos.
So Lincoln Riley's the head coach of USC.
Lincoln Riley's the head coach of USC.
Wait, that's not the guy from Arizona.
No, that's
he came from Nebraska, didn't he?
Kingsbury.
Yeah, Kingsbury's from Arizona.
Kingsbury.
But Lincoln Riley, I think, came out of Nebraska. I think.
Yeah, I think Nebraska. Yeah.
All right, guys. I have another question from chat here.
All right.
So, let's see. Highest ceiling. Who's your guy? Any
Oklahoma,
round?
bro. Oklahoma. What was the question? I'm sorry.
I got a question for you, John Robinson. It's like you're hitting the button way too fucking fast in Jeopardy. I know the question. I know the answer.
No. I was answering his question about Lincoln Riley real quick. I'm sorry.
No, highest ceiling. Who's your guy? Any round. Highest ceiling.
Shorty, you're gonna love my answer.
You're first.
Second rounder. You're gonna love this answer, Shorty. Who is it?
30 seconds.
Who is it, Shorty? Darnell Washington.
Ah, fuck you. You can't take my answer. You motherfucker.
You couldn't even remember your answer.
I knew my answer. I didn't know you were taking my answer.
Okay.
You did it on purpose.
Second round, Jamar Gibbs.
Like it. I like that a lot. You're up
I
next.
got another one. But...
No, only one. PJ, you're up next.
Highest ceiling. Come back to me.
All right, you're up next, Triple R.
Yeah, that's one hell of a question. I mean, it's a lot of dudes in this draft. So yeah. I'm gonna keep it consistent and go with my man Tommy Adebawore.
I love it.
Because I'm saying that if I still get time on the clock, he's my Hall of Fame guy. So that's the highest ceiling.
Going to the Hall of Fame again.
Okay, I love it. Sam, you're up next. I'm saving you the last.
Pro Day in the Hall of
Fame. Your last, so.
I like since he took Addy, I want to go Keon White. I think if we don't get Addy, I think Keon White will be the next guy at 3 tech. I think he could be dominant in this league. And by the way, Cliff Kingsbury is the quarterback's coach. That's what he got hired.
No.
He's quarterback's coach for USC, not the head coach.
He's back to college though. That's good for him.
Yep.
Sell.
Right.
You are up next, my friend. Who's your highest?
Moody, kicker from Michigan.
He got jokes.
No, I would say the highest ceiling.
That could be right.
Offensive tackle from Ohio State.
DeJuan Jones?
Eric Johnson.
Paris.
No,
Paris
Eric
Johnson.
Johnson.
Yeah.
Johnson.
Left
Man.
tackle or right tackle?
Left.
Yeah, I would put him at left too. If we picked him up, I would definitely put him on the left side.
Yep. And move Braxton to. I'm sorry. I'll leave that alone, bro. Because I know where he's going to go. I'm going to leave that one alone.
I'm going to give you
my answer would be Zach Harrison.
Is that the tackle or the defensive tackle?
That's the defensive end, Ohio State.
Defensive end, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's projected to go to either the third or fourth round. I think if you can untap him, he could be the highest ceiling there.
PJ.
All the memories.
PJ, I think that you're done with this show. I've had enough of you and stealing my ideas. PJ is done with the show. All right.
Not enough dicks to go around.
I was literally pulling this up as my guy, and you stole it from me. So
TJ just changed this. He now went with Luke Van Ness.
no, I'm changing it now because I'm going to have to go with the guy that I first came up with, which is this guy right here. Hold on a second. Jenkins.
Yeah, I wouldn't know who that is.
Jenkins has the biggest upside for me. Like
High risk, high reward.
If you could just, if he could be great with those short arms, maybe one day he could be. We could be going, man, we were all wrong about those short arms,
Short arms and only 6'1".
Yep.
Right. He might have that. So like Sweet said,
only 285 pounds.
But they always move guys with short arms into guards. So if he's going against guards all the time, and he has that leverage with his 6-foot frame and all that like lower body leverage, in his quick hand movements, isn't it possible? I'm just saying.
It's fucking possible.
Lamb-based me.
Dude, what the fuck? Why didn't you say fucking Darnell Washington, you bastard?
Because you took it from me, you mother.
I changed mine for you so you could take it, you son of a bitch. Sorry, Mom.
It's
not her.
It's Darnell Washington. Look, I just said mother. I think my mother's watching. I almost said motherfucker because, I think my mom's watching.
I'm sure she's probably.
You almost said what?
I cannot abode to that. If my mother's watching, she has to know I'm going to say motherfucker. I don't, it works. It works in that
if
phrase.
If she's watching, just say mother father.
Mother father, yeah.
That was a good question, though.
Any more questions before we get out of here?
I have like 8 more. Yeah, but they're all like a bunch of.
All right, back to 30 seconds because we got off the clock.
Okay, we did. So, Saint Omni wants to ask, who would win in a fight, PJ or Cell? You guys
I answer that right now.
Wait, hold on a second. PJ's older. You go first, PJ.
30 seconds.
No, I'm going to give it to my younger brother. I'll let him answer.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Cell.
PJ.
No explanation?
PJ, nope. That's it.
Okay.
Oh.
Because PJ's got cop tires, cop suspension. Dark out, he's wearing sunglasses.
PJ got wisdom.
Damn.
So well, that can answer the question because
we're 6 years apart.
Oh, okay.
If one of the combatants is the guy, that's it.
Say it again.
All right. I guess I like Marcellus now.
Yeah, I said he's been whipping your ass since you were a kid, Sal. All right, so now
to be honest, though, he's one of 8 brothers.
8?
Yeah.
Wow.
So I'm the youngest out of 10.
Wow. God damn. You got your ass with a lot.
And it was 9 boys and 1 girl, so I didn't have a chance.
So is your sister kind of hard and butch-like just because all the boys upbringing?
Say it again.
Is y'all's sister, kind of butchy because being around all them boys?
Second to the oldest.
Yeah, she's the second to the oldest.
Oh, so she wasn't around none of y'all then.
Right, right.
All right, so PJ, you have 30 seconds to explain all the reasons why you would kick your brother's ass.
I think within our family dynamic, we always give respect to our older brothers or older sister. Our parents taught us how to respect our elders, so we always give way to the older one. That's basically what it comes down to.
Wow, respect.
Respect your
Much
elders.
love, man. Much love on that.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all parents from the South.
Arkansas.
That was really nice, PJ, but I'm really starting to get pissed off because you are making us look like a bunch of fucking dicks.
Bunch of derelicts, right? I bring my mother on here and I swear at her.
Piece of crap. You piece of crap, Shorty, swearing at mom on the air.
You are a serious pile of turd. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's beautiful, Saul.
All right, next question.
All right, next question. We have, let's see, where are we at?
No, everybody else didn't answer that though.
Oh, wait, yeah. So you're up next, Sam. Hold on, let me get the timer.
It was just y'all. I thought.
Wait, so it went. No, that was a question for you two. So that's
Okay.
Yeah. So let's see. Let me remove that one. So
Good one.
that one's gone. I'd love to hear Foster's chat name poem at the end of the show. If you got it, Shorty. I'd love to hear Foster's chat name poem at the end of the show. If you've got it, Shorty.
Oh, the one of y'all said last week.
To the chat.
Yeah.
Should we save that for the end, Foster? He's like, I'm gonna hold on. Let me get a couple of drags on this cigarette. You save that for later, Foster.
Dude, so wait. So you're reading that thing from J2K, and I'm going, man, where the fuck did I put that thing? How did he know about it?
What kind of
I'm serious. I'm looking for the sheet. Here, real quick. If we ever need like some material about it, like 3 or 4 weeks ago, man, I wrote down so much crap. It's fucking a joke. It's a joke. And then I just set it on the side. But actually, Jake, there is. I'm gonna update that because I came up with some better shit and I added 8 more names to it today.
All right,
Triple R, you're not in it because I got a whole fucking thing. You get all this. You get a whole thing yourself, dude.
You got 30 seconds, man. Oh wait, that's for the end of the show. Get your poem ready.
Yeah,
man.
I'm not. Oh, I gotta read it.
Well, no, don't you got the one that you recorded last time?
No, but I could get it ready.
Get that ready to close.
Wait, does Cell know about drippy dicks?
I don't think he does.
I don't want to know about drippy dicks.
Oh well, no. You're getting up there. You're 6 years younger than your brother. You might want to get your hand on a package of these.
Greetings. I'm Dr. Dick Richards. Have you ever thought you were done going pee-pee, only moments later to find a drip or 2 or 3 in your underwear? Have you ever felt ashamed? Well, feel ashamed no more. Even the iconic legendary musician Elvis Presley has had his own share of drippy dick. For all the males in the they, them, there, go, thou arts out there, anyone with a dick, I've invented a revolutionary patented design called Drippy Dicks. Our state-of-the-art patented design can absorb up to 2.5 cups of pee-pee. Place adhesive side down in your banana hammock. Watch Drippy Dicks go to work. The banana hammock is still dry. Just look at that absorption. Drippy Dicks. Made by a dick, for a dick. Drippy Dicks.
Oh, I just now see that you actually had on those underwear.
Oh, wow. Well,
hey, you know what, Shorty? Too bad we didn't have that piece I did last week where I said, "Oh, before we go on air, I need the link for that."
Well,
because it should go right after it. Could we go right after that? Right after or right before it? One of the two.
What's going on there?
I'm over 50. So I might have to have that drippy dick.
I had a problem with that the whole last weekend, so I got a case coming.
I'm gonna be honest. I was talking with Aldo. He's like, yeah, I went to the he was somewhere. He's like, I went to the bathroom and I fucking was taking a piss and I thought I was done and I thought about that drippy dick commercial and I was like,
oh, that's so funny.
Well, listen, here's what you do. You get some tampons and then you repurpose them and you rename them Drippy Dick and sell them to men at a much inflated price.
Shut up, Triple R. You're ruining the strategy.
Oh, my bad.
I'm with Cliff Victoria. You can't unsee that.
Man.
Oh my god. Retro, Mr. Shorty, how does your anal leakage work?
Oh,
wait. Mr. Shorty, show your anal leakage video. Sorry, I read that totally wrong. I was laughing so hard I saw it wrong. Oh my goodness.
What you sharding your pants? You sharded?
Oh, J2K, did your mom know about drippy dick? Of course. She was like one of the first people I sent that to. She cried laughing.
Dang.
Man, that's fucked up, Sal. By the time the hand-me-down drawers get to you, all of them skid marks was baked into them.
No hand-me-down drawers. No, my brother. No.
Fuck no.
The only thing we hand-me-down was we had to save the bath water for each other.
I don't know that's much better.
Oh, that's terrible.
I'd rather have dirty bath water than dirty drawers.
I don't know. It's only.
I don't know.
I'll take the little bit amount that you get on the drawers. Otherwise, it's all over your whole fucking body.
Because the drawers, at least you can throw in a washing machine and put them on. But like, I just washed my ass. Go ahead and get in that water.
No, but you got the skid marks permanently in your drawers, though.
But they clean.
Be with you. That's
they clean.
What you guys got to remember is, when you're kids, you don't stay in the bad water very long.
No.
Right.
So
and not a lot of water stays in the tub.
The water ain't getting very dirty.
Right. It's true. Right. Yeah. You can do all the math you want. Yeah. It's like,
it doesn't figure it. It took about a week for my mom to literally drag me by my hair into the bathtub when I was a kid. So I'm sure that water was dirty the minute I got in it.
She drug you a lot, didn't she?
Or she needed to.
Drugged, dragged. She did a bunch of it all.
Sticky dicks.
Made by a dick for a dick. If you watch the beginning of the video, so what I made this. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not me. But what this person made this out of was, if you watch the movie, what's the movie? Anchorman. When he gets into, like, when he's dating the blonde female, Christina Applegate, they get into a fight, and like later in the movie, he's like calling her from his office. He's like hiding behind his window. He keeps calling her for different things, and she's like answering the phone. He's like, yeah, this is so and so, and she's like, I can see you, And finally he calls her, he's like, yeah, this is Dr. Chim, Dr. Chim Richards. She's like, yes, I'm your doctor. And then she like looks over at him, and him and the other guy are like David Cordell or whatever. They're like laughing their asses off and like hiding behind the window. So if you look at the beginning of the video, I wore this. Like, I bought this fucking suit down here in Atlanta for a Halloween costume to be the Anchorman. And so I decided to use this to make this. And I say my name is Dr. Dick Richards, meaning I'm the brother of the character he was pretending to be when he was talking to Christina Applegate. Look.
Greetings. I'm Dr. Dick Richards.
He was like, I'm Dr. Chim Richards. I'm your doctor. She's like, I was like, oh, I'm Dr. Dick, meaning I'm using my dick.
Yeah, we got it. We got it.
Fucking thank you. I'm glad I had to explain that to you guys. Jeez.
Well, you could have stopped like 10 minutes ago.
Greetings. I'm Dr. Dick Richards.
But you see, but I could have cut you off when you said Will Ferrell because he's goofy and sometimes funny, but that's that
Most
white
people hate him.
funny. And I can only
People
take
hate him.
him in certain amounts.
Right.
I don't know now. I like Will Ferrell. He is
I
funny.
love Ferrell, but a lot of people don't. So it's like you never know.
How long ago was that, Shorty?
Huh?
How long ago did you do that video?
Like 6 months ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. That's
I like
pretty good.
You got a lot of gray
literally-
hair since then.
Huh?
You got a lot of gray hair since then.
Oh,
No,
dang.
I dyed my beard.
Okay.
My hair was like dirty, so I put a bunch of like
Yeah, we got it, Shorty. We got it.
and I pulled it up to like
Okay,
that.
okay, stop.
Oh wait, you want to see it again? Is that what you're saying?
Greetings. I'm Dr. Dick Richards. Have you
That's classic, though. I ain't gonna lie. That's classic.
Man, you guys are fucking awesome. Seriously.
Hey, we done with the questions?
No, we're not.
Now, I just want to say, man, that have you ever been out at the bar late at night and drank 15 or 20 beers? Go to use the stall and you got a little problem because somebody's rubbing on you? Well, I use Drippy Dicks, and you should too. Anytime you're having a problem down there with leakage, it's the way to go. All right.
Who's rubbing on you?
Yeah.
Right.
That's what I want to know. Who's rubbing on you?
Wait, what's
himself.
happening in the bathroom?
He
He's
said
rubbing
they
on
were
himself.
rubbing on him. So if you go into a bathroom, only guys rubbing it. The only guys in the bathroom who's rubbing on you.
Well, it could
It's
have
a
been one of
small
those
fucking
politicians.
bathroom, Marcellus. Quit fucking with the details. You're just like PJ, man.
I'm just going by what I hear. Rubbing pee holes.
And you can definitely tell you guys are brothers. That's for sure.
He's rubbing pee holes with each other.
Marcellus, these guys know already. I hope you don't take anything I say serious, dude.
You don't know me.
I
Thank fucking God, because your brothers, one of you guys is enough to know. Thank God.
It's all good.
Well, you see,
It's all good.
I beg to differ of Uncle fucking Foster, because you say a lot of shit that's real serious, that we can all learn from because of your experience and your maturity and all your mistakes. And so that shit is real.
Wait, hey, Triple R. What did you call him again? Say that again.
Say again?
What did you call
Uncle-
him again?
Uncle fucking
Uncle
Foster,
Musty
motherfucking Foster? So, I mean, we
See,
know
he knows me.
We're sitting and joking around, but like he's lived a life, and we can learn and glean from that shit.
That's the perfect name for him.
Did I ever tell you guys how I really am called fucking Foster? Back in the day, man. When
you told us 18 times, fucking Foster. We've already heard it before.
I don't think so.
I don't
Well,
remember.
C hasn't heard it sell.
So real quick, back in the day, I'd go out and I'd be coming down the alley and everybody'd have their beer and their weed or whatever, and they'd be like, "Fucking Foster's coming, stash your shit." So as time goes by, I become less of an asshole. So I go to these men's retreats, and I walk into one last year, and all of a sudden the guys were in, "Hey, fucking Foster's here! Come on in, dude. How you doing?" And we're yelling and we're talking, right? So we're talking, and all of a sudden the priest says, "It's cool, Foster. Do you mind if you leave the church and we'll continue this bullshit session after we finish the mass?" Wow. So, but like when shit happens, like Shorty said something the other day on the last episode we did over there. At the end, he didn't catch it, but he goes, "Fucking Foster." So that's really how that started. But you'll say it without even knowing it. I don't know why. Shut up,
How
Foster.
many times have I said that myself? Fucking Foster. Your
That's
personality
it.
brings out the fucking
But
Foster. in you,
it
that's all.
does flow because you go, Uncle fucking motherfucking Foster.
Uncle fucking Musty Foster? No. I got Vinny Parisi to say fucking Foster on a show he's not supposed to swear on the other day.
Where's Sam gonna go?
And I kid you not. He goes,
Yeah, I
"Oh
was gonna
shoot,
say,
I'm not
where's
supposed
Sam?
to, but
Sam
fucking
goes.
Foster."
Yeah, where did Samo
What?
go? We lost
You know what?
Samo.
That name is too close to Sambo.
Yeah.
Hey.
I know it's too close to say. I was thinking that, like, I don't want to say it, but it's too
No,
close.
Samo he was a actor with martial arts. Samo, the Asian dude. So Samo,
See, look at this shit.
Samo.
Retro just look at this, man.
Wait,
Holy
Retro has
shit,
a
I'm
question for you. Foster, do you manscape?
I am the butt of every joke, and I love it. Where did Sambo go, man? Samo.
He said,
Samo.
welcome like Richard Simmons.
Wait, so Retro is asking
Come on,
you,
boys,
Foster,
let's go.
do you manscape on those chin balls? He's asking you.
Oh, damn.
I don't know. You tell me, Metro.
Wait, you know what chin balls are, right? You don't know what chin balls are? No.
I don't.
Oh,
I don't do blowjobs, so I never had chin balls.
Oh, Lord.
I might get one, but I won't do one.
Next question.
Is mom still watching? Crap.
We have one final question. So this is the question of the night from J2K. I'm so curious, if Carter was there at 9, do we draft him, and would you guys be upset or happy? Go.
Who's first?
Sell. Go.
Clock. Shorty.
Sell. Let's go around.
I'm so curious. If Carter is there at 9,
Sell. You go. Sell. Then you next. Triple R. Down to you, Foster.
Well, put the clock on. You got to start the clock.
Oh.
You
clock.
said me first.
You're right. I'm sorry. Go ahead. So, I'm so curious. If Carter is there at 9 and we do draft him, will you guys be upset or happy? Sell. Go.
That's kind of like a two-part question. I would be happy and I'd be upset. I'd be happy because we know the upside to him, but then, like, since he take plays off, I'd be upset. So I would trade down. But I don't know what I'd be. I don't know. I'm confused like Carter is.
That's going to be like me going to Swifty, like, fuck you, Swifty. That's like the exact answer I'm going to say, but I'll try to reform mine. You're up next, Triple R. Carter's there at 9. Draft him, be upset or be happy.
Start the clock. I would be upset because I think we can get better value for that pick still. I would be upset because I'm not a fan of his on the field or off the field red flags. But in 10 years, as the pontificator said, if he's a Hall of Famer, of course, at the time, I'd be like, oh, cool, PGT, Poles got this. I should have, been a believer because he picked him.
In polls we trust. Right?
PGT.
Pontificator, I love that that's working. It's sticking around a little bit, isn't it?
Fucking Triple R. Motherfucker.
Fucking Foster, you're up next, man.
I'll fuck maybe your mother.
I would be fucking happy as shit because I trust polls automatically. PGT polls.
Are you saying you love polls?
I love polls, especially the one that I use. No, I would be happy, dude, because that means polls made his assessment. Polls and Eberflus in the meeting they had last week, everything went well. They feel that they'll be able to put this guy where he belongs. Fuck, Triple R, I am a walking red flag. So, shit. If he gets the second chance, he better make the fucking most of it. I'd be happy now, but if something went wrong, I'd be like every other fucking bear pan, upset.
PJ, go.
I would be apprehensive because my feelings about Carter, make me kind of suspicious of it. But if Poles and Eberflus have enough faith in him to draft him at 9, I give me a certain level of comfort. So I'll be apprehensive at best, I guess.
Okay. I guess it's my turn. No, it's your turn, Sal. Go ahead.
Sil's already went.
I went first.
Okay. I was in the wrong order. Okay. So it's my turn, which means that I'm going to go. I agree with Sel on this that I honestly don't know. If they drafted him at 9, I don't know how I would feel. I would have emotions of like misunderstanding and thinking, oh my God, what the hell? But then I would immediately go to my normal bear thinking of just, okay, well, this could work. And then I would try to make the best of it in my own head. And I would think, God damn, I hope this guy's good. Just like I did Trubisky, and I would be on his ass to be good. And then he would, if he sucked, he would suck. If he didn't, he would be great. And it's just kind of like, I don't know. But I would support him no matter what. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I would support him. Like, all right, let's get it, kid. Yeah, but I tell you this: if Poles reached out and took Carter at 9, and Carter's a bust, oh, that's not good for Poles at all.
If he was terrible, right? But if like Detroit got him, that kind of brings us to the question of the show, of the thumbnail of the show. Would you, or do you think, or would you, in any scenario, trade up for any player in this draft? Or do you think the Bears would?
Hell to the no.
No.
A collective no, right, Foster? That's a fuck no, Foster? You're muted. Muted.
Shake your head, no.
You are muted.
There would be a scenario where I could possibly trade up in the second round, but I doubt it.
Yeah.
There's only one or two guys I would do it for.
But not in the first.
There's only one or two guys I would do it for in the 30s, probably, late 28, 30s.
And the only reason why I presented that question is because I saw something online where some guru made some draft scenario, only because he's bored, where the Bears traded up to like Seattle's pick to get Carter because they didn't want Detroit to get him. Well, if you were that worried about Detroit getting him, you wouldn't have fucking traded the first pick down that far, right? So I don't think they're
PGT.
Right. Yeah. I was on a different podcast to remain nameless, and I made a joke last draft, and they took it so serious that they made it like a 30-second short video about me. So I can't fuck with them if they can't take a joke like that. But the joke was, hey man, all y'all sound like some bitches right about now. And that was because at the time, it was after the wide receiver that Poles passed on that went to Pittsburgh. Pickens. Because when we passed on Pickens or whatever happened, they were screaming and moaning, and it's like all I could hear was da 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 da. Oh, da 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 da. So that's where my mind was going, and that's what comes back to my head when it's like, well, Detroit might get him. Fuck Detroit. You know what? There's a lot of talented players in this draft that we are not going to be able to draft. And you know what? Other teams are going to be able to get them. You want to be the best, you got to beat the best. Not that Detroit's the best, but whoever the fuck the best is, that's who we got to play. That's who we got to beat. I don't give a fuck who they draft. Stop sounding like some little bitches. Not y'all, but the ones that be saying that.
Right.
On the other podcasts.
Right.
That's why I'm just going to, it's kind of like for every draft for me, it's like, everyone spends all these months just diving themselves into all these picks and trade scenarios and all the players that they want. And for me, that's almost like self-deprecation. It's too hard for me to fall in love with so many players. So I like to break it down when I get closer like this, like a week or two before the draft, when I finally start doing my research, because I know I'm closer to knowing who the Bears are really going to be targeting, what the needs are. And I only have a couple of weeks, if that, of torturing myself with love for certain players rather than months of it. So like whatever the Bears do is finally what it's going to come down to is going to be me going, I'm happy with that because I trust in the process that Poles is doing. And I said the same thing with Pace and I was wrong, but this whole thing, I believe in Poles. I really do. We've all said it all night. And in fact, that should be the mantra. I should have made that the thumbnail of the show. In Poles, we trust.
PGT.
Yeah. That sounds better than in Poles we trust. So
say it, Shorty. Say it. Make it stick. PGT.
PGT, baby.
And what does that mean?
Wait.
Poles got this.
Poles got this.
Say it, Shorty.
PGT.
Shorty.
Poles got this.
Say it again, Shorty.
Swifty's trying to steal that from me. He told me.
Polls
There we
got
go.
this. How about
All right,
this?
right here.
Polls got this
That's
shit.
fucking Foster's fucking copyright.
OPP.
PGTS.
There you go.
Let's recopyright it if Swifty's trying to use it. PGTS. Polls got this shit.
That was beautiful.
That's how I feel.
OPP.
Oh no, I said it though on his show, so it's already out there that I said the first place was when I said it on his show, and then he pulled me on the side and responded, "I'm going to use that." Blah blah blah. I said, "Go ahead, man."
Until he proves otherwise, we can say that BCP
Oh no, it's ours.
Says PGT.
BCP says
We got the BCP to the PGT.
Go with BCP.
I got it. You know me. I got the BCP to the TG.
No. Wait, it'll go like this. You down with BCP? Yeah, PGT. You down with BCP?
And then it's like, then you have it in the back someplace.
No.
What is PGT? Polls got this.
Yes.
Polls got this.
You know the BCP.
Yeah, PGT.
It's down with the.
You know the BCP.
Yeah, PGT.
We like the PGT.
Don't quit your day job.
I just hang on, man. I'm gonna
hold on a second.
I'll have something in 2 days, dude.
The music producer in the center here, Sel, man. How do you want to make this? You down with BCP?
Just give him my email.
Yeah, you know me.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
do that, and then I got it. You know.
Well, you got to put the polls got this in there so they know what
Bears Country
PGT
Podcast. And then
I got it.
Yeah.
I'll get it.
Yeah.
I'll get it. I'm just making some notes right now. All right, cool.
PGT, Bears Country Podcast, polls got this. Yeah, just kind of work that in there.
Hey, Triple R, you got a new nickname, motherfucker. It's called Master of the Bleeding Obvious.
Master of
Captain fucking Obvious. I see what you did there.
I take it the Chris Watts way. It's the bleeding obvious. You're the master of the bleeding obvious, bastard.
You said Chris Rock?
Right there.
Guys, St. Omni says the improv techniques of
Chris Watts.
BCP is astounding. Thank you, my friend. Guys, you guys,
Awesome.
that was the final question. I do have one more thing that Cliff I have starred, which he says, because I love to end in Bears Country Podcast, we have to end every show about food. So
wait, before you do that, can I end with a joke and then you can end with your about food?
Of course,
real quick?
please do. Yes, please do.
Oh, he's gonna leave when
As long as it's not as bad as your brother's shit.
All right. You know how we was talking about short arms? The lineman with short arms. How does a midget scratch his nuts?
I think I know the answer, so I won't say that.
Okay.
Say that again?
How does a short person, how does a dwarf
scratch his nuts?
Very fucking carefully.
With his feet?
He runs through tall grass.
Shit, that's not a scratch, that's a tickle.
You guys know why they call it a fucking Hail Mary, right? Because when they threw the first pass, Jesus was on the cross and there was no fucking way he was getting it. So Mary ran out of the crowd, ran down the field past the cross and caught it. I'm going to hell.
Finish your yeah.
Hey, speaking of
We're
food,
gonna end it on food.
Oh, this motherfucker is pulling out food, Cliff.
Oh,
this is called a country apple fritter bread.
Oh,
Fuck.
I put some
Those are
walnuts
awesome,
in there,
man.
a little bit of little cocoa powder, and a little dab of peanut butter with the apples up in there.
damn.
Got some of that weed up in there too.
That was delicious.
You mean the can of butter? No,
Yeah.
I kept this one straight.
A little bit of carboxylated weed in there.
so
Decarboxylated.
you guys end with food, showing your food or whatever?
Well, we usually every show that I've ever been on, Sel has always ended with some kind of food, in some way or form or another. Have you guys ever had Wagyu beef?
No.
That's that Japanese stuff, ain't it?
Yes, it's like they massage these cows, and the fat is there's like they like move the fat around in the entire muscle of the entire cow, so that it's like when they finally butcher it, it's just like marbleized with this delicious meltable fat throughout the whole thing. And Wagyu burgers and it's like Wagyu ground beef is amazing. So Cliff is saying, which is odd to me, I ordered 60 Wagyu hot dogs today. You guys coming over to figure out what we can do with the big wieners?
Oh, Lord.
Slice them up and fry them, or fucking slice them up and grill them.
Nope. 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 Nope.
Oh, I like mine with extra mustard, please.
I'm sure Shorty's got some ideas. He likes things shaped like that, or at least is involved with them usually.
Hey.
You put it in your mouth.
This is on PJ, but I took that one for. You're welcome, PJ. I took the dick thing for you. I don't know how it became mine, but I'll take it.
Trust me, you didn't take it from me.
That's terrible, man. He took a dick for you, PJ. Usually it's a bullet, but he took a dick for you.
He didn't take it from me.
That's special, man. That's a special friendship. Most guys take a bullet for the next guy, but he took a fucking dick for you. Oh my God.
Murder is the case that they gave me.
Blessed man.
Right?
That's all I got to say.
Oh,
Murder is the case.
I need to be muted.
You guys are absolutely amazing.
Hey, I got a request, and y'all can keep talking, but I got to put this light on because St. Omni want to see the collection.
Oh, the cologne collection. Oh, here we go.
Can you see it? Tell me up or down.
Let me enlarge that. I don't know how this became something, but apparently this cologne collection thing is a thing.
Well,
a
I see
thing now.
a Jope in there.
Oh,
I
here
see
we
some
go.
Langerfeld.
I see Jope. Yep.
I'm gonna bow out of this one.
Dow Toys. Okay.
Great flannel.
Is that Brute
Obsession.
33 in the background?
I see Obsession.
Right there, the green one. What's that? Brute 33?
Yeah, that would look like. I look like that's some Stetson to the right. Yeah, that right there, and it look like some Stetson. Look like some Drakkar. That's Langerfeld right there. That's gray flannel right there. Then Jupe. I don't know what that one is.
I'm dying over here.
Eternity back there. That looks like
This is
some
amazing.
Aramis back there. Obsessions back there.
Priceless, PJ.
Yeah, he got some of that Stetson.
There you go.
Hey, it still got. Hey, is that Burberry? No.
Now he ain't
Like
messing
the
with that.
Wait. You got some dust on it, man. Do you use it still?
Hey, man, I smell good naturally, so I don't wear a lot of it.
Okay. I feel you.
Where the
Dude, I
fuck
can
was
smell
you
that
when I
from
was
here,
living in
dude.
the basement?
I can smell it from here.
It smell like feet.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
that
that would
natural
be the dirty
smell.
clothes, huh? Oh shit. That was me.
Soap on the rope.
Looks like some cognac. St. Omni says.
Yeah, I would have to have
Smell of Altoids. Yeah.
Show my cologne.
Nice jersey.
Yeah,
That's a nice jersey you got there. Yeah.
I would need a whole show to show my cologne, so I'll pass. But I do not have this soap on a rope.
Can I show? Wait, hold on. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna show you my guy's cologne. I'll be right back.
Uh-oh.
This is you're gonna love this. I'll be right back. You guys continue talking. I'll be back in like 20 seconds.
Yeah, I don't like wear a lot of it, but when I do it, I don't clean the bottles all the time. You know.
I try to keep mine in the actual original packages. That way, it doesn't get dust on the actual
box.
Yeah, I keep them in a box, and sometimes I actually keep them in the when you have the 3-pack case. I keep them in all in there.
Gift set.
Mm-hmm.
The gift set, just keep them in.
Now let me ask you this, PJ. Have you invested in one of those little like the travel size where you can transfer from the actual cologne bottles or perfume bottles into the stuff that you can take on the airplanes with you?
Nope.
Because I've seen those, and I was thinking about buying a couple. Because when I do travel and want to smell good, or want to take my pheromones so I can hypnotize people, I need to travel with less than 3 ounces.
What I would advise you to do when you come to traveling, whenever I travel, I always just take 1 bottle of cologne, whichever bottle you're going to choose, and just use it that whole time.
Well, but you see my bottles, they're more than 3 ounces, and you can't take that. I don't check. I always carry on.
Oh, you don't put them inside your, okay. Yeah, see, I always I would just put a bottle in my luggage. That same bottle, the same trip. Same way like what I would do with gym shoes, because I got a bunch of gym shoes. I have a bunch of shoes, period, and a bunch of cologne. And whenever I go on a trip, I always just take one. Whatever, I try to take 1 or 2 pair of gym shoes or shoes. That way I don't, have.
Yeah, I get that. I was just because you see the collection as far as cologne goes, and if I do want to, smell good, but traveling, it's always an issue because you can't, take the bottles of cologne on a plane.
Well, that's why I always, I pack. I put it in my.
I don't check that because I want my shit with me.
I feel you. Yeah. So yeah, I know that like I said, whenever I go on trips, I try to use just 1 cologne. That way you don't have to have a bunch of different scents.
I normally take 2.
Do you take 2?
Yeah. Yep. But
One for business, one for pleasure.
2 small bottles though.
Like the testers?
No, not really testers, but they're just I say less than 3 ounces maybe.
Right.
Yeah. So I put them in my little with my bag with my soap and hairbrush and stuff like that. And
is that your carry-on or your luggage?
Inside my luggage.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
PJ almost looks like a hitman. Sorry.
Who, me?
Because if Foster tried to carry that English leather right there on the plane, TSA would be like, "Fuck you."
All right, guys. You guys ready for my cologne collection?
That's one of those you get for Christmas that you never use.
And the gift pack.
Yeah, like in 1980, dude. Got it in 1980.
Do they even still make English leather?
Here's my cologne collection, guys.
I don't know.
Wow.
It's been in this house for 20 years.
You got 1 thing of cologne.
This is my cologne collection. My mother-in-law bought me this like 5 years ago from Avon. Okay. Let me show it to you. Hold on. It gets better.
That's real funny because she bought it 5 years ago from Avon. They went out of business 10 years ago.
Right.
Thank you. That kind of adds to the point. Look at this.
I'm joking.
Wow.
Don't know.
Ooh, was that the Knight Rider?
Dude, I got all of those.
You got that
one?
My
mom sold it. I got those.
What
is it?
Let me smell it.
It's a car.
Let me smell it.
It's a cologne it's a car with cologne in it.
It's a car cologne. Yeah. It's a car.
Yeah. Huh. I got a 57 T-Bird and a Studebaker and a Mustang. I should go find them fuckers.
Oh, shit. That's some eBay type shit right there.
I think I packed them up.
You know what this smells like to me?
Avon?
Like when I was a kid, I had Old Spice and my shoes stunk. So I poured Old Spice in my shoes. And then my shoes smelled even worse.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
That's what that smells like to me.
Yeah,
Old Spice with rotten eggs.
Yeah, it's like Old Spice mixed with dirty shoes.
Keep that in your
rotten
pocket
eggs.
when somebody parks too close to you and they got an open window. Sprinkle some of that shit in that shit.
You know what colognes do not last? Bath and Body Works.
Really?
The men's cologne, they smell good, but they do not last at all.
I would only recommend the lotions, or
right.
I can't even say the body wash per se, because if you use the body wash tend to dry your skin out.
Okay.
So you have to use a body wash in combination with a moisturizing soap, because when I use a body wash by itself, my skin tend to dry out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Triple R.
No, I was just agreeing, girl.
Oh.
Because while you're bullshitting, if we gonna be real, those Bath and Body Works bath bombs be the bomb.
I don't know what a bath bomb is.
Yeah, I don't do the bath bombs. Yeah. If you want to be real, you use soap, like gel.
Soap on a rope? Soap on a rope?
No.
Who's got that? Who's got that?
No,
Who's got that?
no.
One of you guys has that.
Wait, to make bubbles?
Bath gel.
You make a bubble bath.
Not the soap on a rope.
Is that what you're saying, Triple R? You use like a bubble bath?
No, it's like bubble bath, but it comes in like this little hard ass ball. You throw it in the tub and it dissolves while the water's running, and it makes it real bubbly, like Mr. Bubble.
So you don't take showers, you take baths.
Well, I take showers normally, but when I want to soak and relax, I take a bath, and I would like some bubbles, some candle, maybe some nice music.
To the top of the water.
Go ahead, girl.
Yeah, girl. You ain't never heard of Mr. Bubble?
Wait, girl, top of the water.
Bubbles, motherfucker, bubbles.
Do your nuts float to the top of the water?
Get the candles. Get the
ambiance bubbles under the water.
Get the ambiance.
Unless I'm farting.
You go, girl.
Okay. You know what though? A Sugarfoot. You know what? When we was kids, when we didn't have no soap bombs and all that, you know what our bubble bath was?
Yeah, dish soap.
No, Joy. Remember
dish
that?
Soap.
Yeah, Joy.
Yeah, but I would like to think that in our maturity,
you get out like this.
We have progressed to the time that we know that the stuff that we use to clean our pots and pans ain't necessarily the same shit we got to use to clean our skin.
Right. Because you get out itching.
Bro, here's what I learned. Like, we inherited my mother-in-law's place in Florida, and the water down there sucks because there's like really no water table. It doesn't go through mountains. So we put like a water purification system in the house with an RO, reverse osmosis system at the sink. And dude, I'm gonna tell you guys what, that your body, when you clean, you can just use that water to clean your mirrors with, and they become, when you have perfectly clean water, it absorbs everything, that all the dirt, all the bacteria, everything that you're wiping it with comes out in that water. So when you're using that to wash yourself with, your hair is cleaner, your body is cleaner. It's almost weird, like you almost get like dirty faster because your body is so clean.
And doesn't it feel like you still have soap on you when
no,
you're done?
it doesn't, because that's what happens when you have soft water, like water that's too soft. It feels like it doesn't come off, like it's like water salt, like detergent on you or something. But that is only because they have to put a little bit of salt back in the water for you to drink it. But then they add the reverse osmosis system at the sink in the kitchen that completely removes the salt, so you have like perfect water coming out of your sink. I recommend anybody to get a fucking reverse and put it under your sink for $150. It's so worth it. I just did it for here too. We came back to Georgia. I put it in my house. Just a reverse osmosis system underneath the cabinet in the sink. Yeah, and your water. You don't use that for everything, but man, your coffee, your food. You don't have to put like oil in your pasta because there's nothing in your water. So it cooks everything really well. Your coffee is awesome. You know that great diner coffee? It's clean water, man.
Let me address retro real quick here. All man here, retro. All man here. No queens of the night, just all man. But I do realize we have to take care of our bodies, because no woman wants to feel a rough skin on a man all the time.
Right.
As you know, dick swinging.
Hey, Tyson.
Hey, you got that weird shit going on again, Triple R.
Tyson, your voice sounds like
we
Tyson.
Represent the Lollipop Guild. The Lollipop Guild. The Lollipop Guild.
So yeah, retro man, you got to take care of your body, bro.
Dude,
take care of your body.
When you use, like, seriously, what we don't like, what St. Omni's saying here is dish soaps have degreasers in them that shouldn't be used in the bath or water. So, like, all your detergents, your clothes, for your when you're like washing your windows. They like have even the spray bottles to wash your windows with. You know, Windex has like a carnauba wax that finishes when you're wiping. So if you take your finger and you wipe it on it, you're going to see your fingerprint on the window. Or but if you just use reverse osmosis water and clean your mirror, and you take your finger and go right across the mirror, you don't see a streak. You don't see the oils from your finger on it. It took everything off the mirror. So that's the one thing that people are not realizing. For $150, you can put an RO system under your kitchen sink and have clean water to at least drink.
Are they easy to put in? Are they easy to install?
Very, 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 very easy. Yes, very easy. Yeah, remarkably easy. I highly recommend it to everyone here. It's fucking.
I highly recommend everyone take a shower once a day.
That too. Absolutely. That too. But unless you have like a water purification system in your house that purifies your water, you're still bathing in minerals and shit that you're using soaps and detergents that are like half of that or more of that detergent or soap is just to purify the water so it can clean your skin. And then it ends up leaving shit on you still. So like what they said when we put the whole home purification system is, and they said, take all of your laundry and wash it with no soap. It'll take all of the stains out of your clothes because those stains have been left over by the detergents that have been put in that to like break your water down to make it zero again so it can actually start to clean it. But by that point, it's too late.
So powder.
Well, that's the thing we're saying, I think, is the fact that we actually need as men to be able to take care of our skin as well.
Exactly. I'm like one of those ashy guys, PJ. You'd hate me. Like, you know, I'm not saying you, but like people hate ashy guys, you know? Like I have like an ashy knee, you know.
Like I never knew white people could get ashy.
Oh God,
I never knew that.
I'm like Viking white though.
Huh?
Dude, a lot of them are assholes.
I'm Viking white. Assholes.
No, seriously, I didn't know that. I mean, I thought that was like strictly a black person thing for real.
No, my right knee, it's because like it's the knee that I always like bend down on to do stuff, you know? So there's like a buildup. You know what I do? I take a piece of Gorilla Tape and I'll put it on my knee for like 4 hours during the summer. You know, it'll get it like nice and hot. I'll like put it on there when my knee is dry, and then like 4 hours later, when the humidity and everything builds up on it, I'll pull it off, and it'll take off like an entire layer of skin. It's disgusting.
You don't use?
I could do it right now.
Do you not use Vaseline on your knees?
No, my wife is like, you got to do this and that. She keeps, you know, baby oil in the shower and a spray bottle. Yeah. Just spray your bottle, and it always works. It always feels good when I do. But I'm just.
Since we're talking about oiling your skin now, I know I went to the doctor about 6 months ago, and they said, well, I had like this spot on my leg, and it kept getting dry and dry. I used to put lotion and Vaseline.
Was it itchy?
Yeah, it was.
I had one too.
It was eczema.
Oh, okay.
So he told
me. They give me that hydrocodone shit, that like high steroid stuff. They're like barely use it. Like
he gave me steroids for 10 days to use it, and that sucker, it cleared it up. But I got like a dark spot on my leg now. But then he said in the future, use cream instead of lotion. So I got to use like that Eucerin like cream. I use that to put on to kind of like moisten my skin up or whatever. But they said the Eucerin is real good, but it's freaking expensive.
Right.
And lotion, I used to make lotion and Vaseline together.
Right.
So now I put a little Vaseline with the Eucerin to try to like keep it moist.
Well, you know, PT, he used to have it. PT being my grandson, so that's what he is. I put Vaseline on it, and that clears it up. You just got to keep it moisturized, basically.
Right.
I have this spot on my leg that it's my whole, like, as long as I can remember, it'd be like really itchy, and I would scratch it, and then it's like right on the inside of my knee.
See,
and
mine was on the outside of my calf.
Yeah, and all of a sudden it would start growing all this hair out of nowhere. I'm like, that's weird, and then it would go away, and then it would come back and be itchy again. And I'm like, now it's just like this weird patch, just like a red spot. And I keep putting that eczema shit on there that the doctor gave me, but I think it's not working. So I'd probably have to go back to the doctor.
You do it for 10 days straight?
Well, I shouldn't, because that shit that I was telling you about, that corticosteroid, that like super steroid, that'll give you like glaucoma and shit. The doctor said the absolute very minimal that you can use and rub it around as much as you can.
That sounds like
the more that you use of that shit, it could cause you to go blind. And I've had this tube for like
10 years. About this.
What?
I can't see that.
What is that? Hold on. You're
okay.
Wait, pull it up again. Hold on.
Can you see it?
Right there.
Yeah, it might be that. Yeah.
Well, I've had psoriasis.
That's what I got 40, it for, psoriasis. Yeah.
I've had psoriasis for 46 years. It sucks.
Shit.
But this is a good product if you got psoriasis. Clobetasol Pro.
I think that's what it is. Thank you.
Okay, but so you got to use it correctly, and if you get it really bad, because you don't want to let this go, dude. I had it from my head to the tops of my feet. I was a big. You know how you could peel the stuff off? That's what my whole body was.
Oh, that's when you get all flaky and shit?
Yep. I was ripping myself apart so bad every night I'd have to fucking get 12 pairs of fucking bed sheets because I was washing them twice a day because I'd cover everything in blood. So now I'm on Humira. You've probably seen it on commercials.
Yeah.
And my skin, like, if you would have see my elbow, can you see by my elbow good?
Yeah, we got you.
That's psoriasis.
Oh, so a year. Put it away.
Well, here's the thing, Trip. Everybody in the world has psoriasis in their body. It's a chromosome disease. It either remains dormant or becomes active. And for most people, it becomes active when you're young. I've been dealing with it, like I said, 46 years, man.
That's because of when the Anunnaki came down and they crossbred their DNA with ours. And they broke our DNA chain, and then they fucked everything up, and now we have psoriasis.
See,
it's basically just a zinc deficiency, and there's a problem with the way your immune system works, dude.
See, I had this guy. I knew a friend of mine. He was he used to masturbate with some like oil, right?
Lubricant.
And he was hoping to get larger. I'm like, what kind of oil are you using? He was like, shortening.
That poor white friend of yours.
Dude. Hey, PJ, do you guys let him out every night? Be careful.
But what PJ was saying, as we age, we do have to take care of ourselves.
Absolutely.
Because the shit we did, not so much that we did, the things that were done to us, like parent-wise,
right.
As far as here, put that dish soap on your ass and wash it, boy. And it's like, that shit ain't good for you. You know, the shit that we ate that we got from the grocery store with the aluminum and the lead and cans and shit.
Dude, I used to play. I used to play.
Giving me shots of whiskey for my teeth at 6.
There you go.
Have you guys ever held mercury in your hand?
It's hot.
My grandpa gave us kids mercury, and we were like,
"We're gonna die from it."
Cool! Look how cool this is.
Yeah. You know,
I just think it's not talked about enough about men, taking, grooming themselves and taking care of themselves. I mean, you hear, women talk about that all the time, but yeah, we as men need to do a better job of taking care of our bodies as well.
Indeed.
I just think, it's just something we need to be able to discuss because some people just don't know. I mean, it's not cool having all these hard calluses on your hand if you can prevent it. Now, some people can't because they're constantly using their hands, but if you don't use your hands and you still got calluses like that, hey, well, I think Foster need to take a break.
You're making him want to jerk off.
You got
right
hairy
now.
palms.
Man,
You can't even talk about calluses with Foster. He makes him much.
I'm trying to tell you.
Well, shit, we are going to 4
Yeah.
hours and 20 minutes. It's time for him to masturbate, so we got to go.
Right.
You guys, you know,
That's why he's having a hard time seeing.
impossible. It's fucking impossible to keep a show less than 4 hours with you guys.
And I've been on it the whole time.
You
Right.
have been.
Last time I was like, man, I gotta go to bed.
You've been in and out too.
Oh yeah, you know.
Dan, don't fuck. Isn't it? It's 1:30 there. Don't you got to get up in like 5 hours, dude?
I
It's
do, yeah.
12:30 here.
All right,
Well,
guys.
then we should.
But he's out there in Georgia.
Oh, okay.
Party, yeah, I'm an hour ahead of you guys, so I'm.
Hey,
Yeah.
so what happened to Samo? He just fell out, or what happened?
He must be part Irish too, right, Shorty?
Oh, the Irish goodbye, just fucking out.
Man.
He probably go get something to eat.
But you know what though? To answer your
Yeah. Well, was he working? Wasn't he doing something before he came? Like, you know.
He said, "My bad. I was picking up my lady from the airport, and her flight was late getting back here, so he just fell out." Yeah. But
Yeah.
PJ, we appreciate you, man. Thank you very much for joining the show. This has been awesome. Like every one of you guys. You guys are what makes this work, man.
I think the key to it is being able to interact with everyone in the chat with each other. That what makes us go so long is because we're just like some guys in a bar room or at a game just hanging out talking, and that's all it is. I mean, I think that's what makes it fun, enjoyable, easy to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
And every one of you.
Yeah, like we could be sitting somewhere doing this with nobody fucking watching.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, there's 13 people watching, so there is nobody watching.
I wouldn't be surprised.
That's gonna change.
You-
Hey,
viewers will pick
Shorty,
up.
do you know how many people watched the bar room tonight?
None.
You
It's still up here
got
right
me,
now.
man. I was gonna
It's
say
still-
zero because we're here.
It's still here right now. Their show was supposed to go, but it's
Actually,
still
I want to say something real quick, guys, before we get out of here. I just want to thank you guys for allowing me to join your inner circle and just allowing me to try to have my little insight on the Bears and just having fun. This is cool. I like this. I really appreciate the love.
So,
Right on. You know, it is good that
Cool.
you can join us, you know, as you're an aspiring comedian and shit. You know, I know you ain't making no money from that yet. So, you know, good. Hang out.
Man, I'm telling you, man. I got you, sweet cheeks. It's all good.
Hey, Marcellus, you're a comedian?
No, far from it. No.
Come on, man.
Uh-uh.
And well, I'll say this, dude. I totally think you're all right. It doesn't even matter. All the shit that PJ's been telling us for like 2 weeks, what an asshole you are.
Yeah,
I find out it's
he
not
even
true.
came on the show
None of it's
with all
true.
this shit. He was talking about you.
I
so.
disagree. I know he wouldn't talk about me like that.
Yeah, of course he would not. PJ is a stand-up man, and that's why he is here along tonight with all of you guys, man. Seriously.
Yep.
I just wish he'd be an asshole like once, man. Because like I said, he just makes us all look so fucking bad. But no, I gotta be nice.
Hey, you got to understand, man. Our parents raised us a certain way.
You were raised right.
And we both have such a influence on young people's lives that if they come across what we put out here in public like that, we'll be like contradicting ourselves if we're not presenting ourselves a certain type of way.
Well said.
All right, now here, one more question. How
Very
many
good.
times did you pee in the tub before he got in it?
You better say zero.
Never. Never.
Yeah,
because here's the thing.
Because if he did, I would have
Dude,
told him.
wait, PJ, you were talking about that one time in '78 when you did that.
No, you got well in '78, and we got beyond the part of sharing bath water then. But you guys got to remember, we didn't always. I mean, all of us didn't share the same bath water. It's like the bath water was only good for 2 people.
Yep.
After that second person, got to dump it out, run some more.
Okay, so it wasn't for the whole crew.
No, oh no. That thing would have been black.
Yeah,
That
right.
water would have been black.
Right.
I would have been like, oh, y'all got me watching that. Oh, this is crazy.
Right.
Okay, right on.
No.
I'm jealous. You guys had it made. My mom used to take me out back and chain me to a light pole and just hose me down.
Wow. What was that movie with Samuel Jackson?
Black Snake Moon.
A black snake mold?
Yeah.
Black Snake Moon. Yeah.
She was like,
I forgot that was even in the movie. I was just talking about my real life.
Oh man.
Well, gentlemen, ladies, moms, dads, brothers, sisters, nieces, nephews, cousins, uncles, it's been real fun. Aunts.
Yeah.
Triple R, thank you for helping me end the show. I appreciate that. I need it.
We're out.
Fun. It's been real, but it hasn't been real fun.
Guys, I want to thank. Let's just thank everybody here in chat. Retro, Squeegee, like Saint Omni, everyone
Cliffy,
here.
J2K,
Cliff,
Samo,
up the
J
up
Factor.
the list.
I'm sorry. What's Factor? Factor 1.
Yep.
Cliff Victoria,
J Rock.
Ford, what's his name? I'm trying to
Jimmy Ford.
James Ford. Yeah.
Jimmy Ford. Leo
Ford.
Factor.
Leo Factor.
Leo
One.
Mr. Mayhem, 69. Giggity.
Retro Music Network.
Retro.
Man, we love you guys, and this is the reason why any of this works. And so,
Gotta give a shout out. Gotta give a shout out to P. Wheel as well as Little Shank. Other people who tell me they watch the show but never join the chat, but they tell me they watch the show.
Well, get him on, man. You got your bro on.
Well, I can't have
Yeah,
all my
you
people
don't hear
on.
him.
Then you know everything.
Tommy, Kenny, Linda, Terry. If you guys are out, I know you're listening, so text me when this is over if you're still awake.
and
You're
they ain't
still awake.
text you this late. I like to
Mr.
give a
Mayhem.
shout out to Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, and Mike. Oliver Girl, who cares who you like? Cool it now.
Right.
Cool it down.
Ooh,
You gotta cool
watch
it
out,
down.
out.
You're gonna lose control.
You guys sure you want to do a beatbox in the show?
No, we could.
Take it easy.
Wait, so what are we end on? Bears, right? Isn't that your thing, Shorty? That unison Bears?
Oh yeah. So let's just end this with everyone. I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. You are a part of what's making this continue and go. Thank all of you from chat because you guys are helping this. And anyone that wants to be a part of this show can be. Just email at below BearsCountryPodcast@gmail.com. Please like and subscribe.
And thank you guys again. Appreciate
If
it.
you want more of this kind of shit. And guys, next week, open mic, which is not open mic now, which is now last call at House Hall. Sorry. We'll be going through the draft Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. You guys are all I'm gonna give you an invite. You are welcome. You are welcome to come in and out. Stay as long as you want. That looks amazing. Triple R.
Are we doing a show next Wednesday?
No, Thursday. We're gonna go
I thought
one day later
before the draft.
Oh, we talked about that, didn't we? So we talked about doing a
mock draft.
A mock draft?
Yeah,
yes, we can do that. Yes.
Next Wednesday.
Yes. So mock draft Wednesday, final mock draft Thursday. We're gonna be doing the draft live all day, all night long. Friday night, all night long. Saturday, all day.
All night long.
You guys come in and out, stay as long as you want. Anybody else who wants to join this, please email BearsCountryPodcast@gmail.com. You can hop in and out. No video if you want just audio, like Nomad or J2K had, and you guys can be a part of the show as well. So, guys, I love you guys.
Hey, cigarette man.
You're amazing. And
motherfucking Uncle fucking Foster.
Motherfucking Foster. This fucking guy. What's going on over here with him right
Hey, Foster, what type of cigarettes do you smoke?
Marlboros, non-filtered.
Actually, right now I roll the Bugler, man.
Nice.
What the heck?
I know he rolling his own shit up. That's old school
the
right
cowboy killer.
Much respect for that shit, Foster.
That's old school right there.
Right.
Much respect for that. You're not smoking Lucky Strikes. You're making your own shit.
But do you have drippy dick?
Goddamn right.
Yeah, it was drippy dick.
But do you
have
Greetings. I'm Dr. Dick Richards.
So until next week, boys.
Instead of drippy dick, he split dick. All right, guys.
We got to get Shorty to bed, man.
We will see all of you next week on next Wednesday when we do our final mock draft before the draft, when we will all be here again, plus more. We love you guys. Appreciate you guys.
Peace. I'll try and have the old to the chat ready, man, too, for next time. The new one.
Right. You guys all be safe out there. Much love.
You guys all be safe.
Peace.
I'm trying to find my closer. Where's my closer? I haven't used my own channel for a while, so I'm like, where's my closer? All right, guys. Peace out.
Thanks, Shorty. Thanks, everybody, man.
Everybody on
Stay
a 1,
safe.
2, 3. We end Bears Country Podcast on a Bears. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Bears.
Bears.
Bear down.